Welcome to Get Sleepy, where we listen, we relax, and we get sleepy. I'm your host, Thomas. Tonight we have another of our extra long stitched episodes where we've put together some of our favourite history stories from the show. They're all read by me, so now you've hit play, you can rest easy knowing you won't be disrupted by any change of voice. I really hope you enjoy listening, but most of all, I wish you a peaceful night's sleep. Without further ado, let's begin. In the beginning, perhaps, we were all one. Or rather, it was all one, since there were no humans or other creatures, or even matter as we know it. Space-time itself was uniform and infinite then. There was no separate time or space, or dimensions, or matter, or forces like gravity. And then time began. And with the start of time came the beginning of change, separation, differentiation. At first, there was just an unimaginably hot, dense universe, bound together by some kind of super force. Today, scientists recognize 4 fundamental forces in nature, which include gravity and the electromagnetic force that causes magnets to stick to a refrigerator. But, as I've said, in the beginning, there were no separate forces. Instead, the fundamental forces we experience today would have been all unified into a single superforce. Then came the Big Bang, when the universe was less than a second old. Much less. In fact, it was perhaps 100th of a billionth of a trillionth of a trillionth of a second old, and maybe 10 billion degrees Fahrenheit. That's when the universe exploded in size, doubling and doubling over and over again, all in less than the blink of an eye. We tend to think of the Big Bang as an explosion, but it's probably better described as an expansion. Scientists talk about this super rapid expansion as inflation, and that's a very telling term. Because the Big Bang and its aftermath can be envisioned more like the inflating of a balloon than like an explosion outward from a single point. In this analogy, the universe is the surface of the balloon. There is nothing else. No air in the middle or outside. The surface of the balloon is the sum total of existence. In other words, the inflating universe didn't inflate into anything. There was nothing outside of the universe, and it didn't inflate around anything. So now, in your mind's eye, just picture what the surface of a balloon goes through when it inflates. Like the surface of a balloon stretching, that tiny newborn universe swelled and stretched everywhere at once, rather than growing outward from some central point. To think about this, imagine you're an ant on the surface of a balloon. As the balloon inflates, the whole thing stretches. Any 2 points become farther and farther away from one another. There's no middle on the surface of the balloon. Everywhere stretches away from everywhere else at the same time, with no starting or ending point. Of course, there were no ants or humans to experience that early inflation of the cosmos. There was no one and nothing. Or there was everything, all combined as one, depending on how you look at it. But at any rate, there were no creatures like us to observe it all. So we have to deduce what happened in those early times. We can do that using the remaining evidence and the best scientific theories humans have put together, drawing on the combined efforts of scientific minds from Albert Einstein to so many others. But back to that change, separation, and differentiation. In that first instant, that first fraction of a second of the universe, the superforce began to break apart. Gravity disconnected and broke free, becoming its own separate force. And the universe ballooned out so rapidly that we can hardly even conceive of how fast it was, because the time period was so short. And still, only the tiniest fraction of a second passed before that incredible inflation slowed down a little bit, like an explosion whose force diminishes over time. The universe continued to expand, mind you, just at a slightly more sedate pace. And as it expanded, it also cooled just a little. As it cooled, matter formed, tangible stuff, at least in its tiniest, most microscopic form. But here's the most incredible thing. Matter formed, but not just matter. Matter and antimatter both formed at once. Now, if you're wondering what antimatter is, It's just what it sounds like. Matter and antimatter are two partners, equal and opposite, as it were. When particles of matter and antimatter encounter one another, they annihilate each other, meaning they destroy each other in a burst of energy. Or perhaps we might see it another way, as the matter and antimatter combining to form pure energy. It's also considered possible that more subatomic particles could have formed, like quarks and neutrinos, becoming the building blocks for more matter and antimatter. But back to pure energy. As an analogy, imagine a rainbow. A rainbow is formed when sunlight separates out into the different parts of the spectrum. If light passes through a prism, for example, it's scattered into bands of colour, rainbows. Those colours of the rainbow are the different parts of the spectrum of light. When the colours combine, say if we remove the prism, the rainbow goes away and we're left with regular sunlight again. We could say, in a sense, that when the colours join, they annihilate each other. They disappear into pure white light, leaving an absence of colour. So it is with matter and antimatter. When they meet, they disappear into a burst of energy, like light or heat. Therefore, in that earliest fraction of a second after the Big Bang, matter and antimatter appeared, annihilated one another, and disappeared. But incredibly, it seems that the matter and antimatter somehow became out of balance. For some reason, the matter slightly outweighed the anti. Just slightly. Perhaps one particle of matter survived for every billion that met their antimatter particle and was annihilated. This was an astonishing and wonderful occurrence, because the universe as we know it was born from this imbalance. After the matter and antimatter annihilated each other, that little bit of excess matter was left over, with no more antimatter to make it disappear. This leftover matter is the basis of all the stuff in the universe. That stuff has changed and evolved exponentially since that time. It has reformed in ever more complex patterns, becoming stars and planets and seas and people and everything else there is. But let's get back to that first instant after the birth of the universe. Back to the first appearance of matter. after most of the matter and antimatter was annihilated, the leftover matter was concentrated in little pockets, scattered around the expanding cosmos. Those pockets of early matter were nothing most of us would recognize today, of course. There was no air, or water, or gas, or dust, much less planets, or seas, or people. There were not even molecules or atoms. There were just infinitesimally tiny particles of matter that scientists call quarks. These unbelievably minuscule particles now make up the protons, electrons, and neutrons that form atoms. But at the time, it was still too hot and too dense for these tiny quarks to come together to form more complex matter. Instead, they'd collide and destroy one another, once again creating radiation. As that so young universe kept expanding and cooling though, it soon became cool enough for the quarks to actually stick together, vibrating in complementary and resonant ways. And so they could form into the parts of atoms that we're a little more used to hearing about. They combined into protons, electrons, and neutrons. Still incredibly tiny, but a little more complex, just a step closer to the world we know. Now, everything we've talked about so far happened within the first seconds of the universe's existence. And as more seconds passed, the cosmos kept expanding and cooling, and more early particles of matter coalesced, until finally, possibly around 3 minutes into the life of the universe, though this timeline has been hotly debated, the cosmos had cooled to perhaps a bit less than 2 billion degrees Fahrenheit. And at that point, the coalescing protons and neutrons could start joining to form the next level of complexity in the development of matter as we know it, the nucleus of an atom. So these particles came together to create the nuclei of the very first elements, hydrogen and helium. At that point, it was a foggy universe, for it was still so hot that these beginning atoms constantly smashed together and broke apart into a haze of particles. This foggy universe has been described as an opaque but very bright environment, a bit like driving through a pea soup fog, where your headlights are reflected back to you from all around. Tremendously bright, but you can see nothing. And still, the universe was expanding and cooling and aging. And now, time began to pass in earnest. It's at this point in the story that we can stop speaking in terms of seconds and minutes and begin to think in terms of years. Many, many years. In fact, hundreds of thousands of years passed before the fog thinned and the universe became transparent. When the universe cooled to maybe somewhere around a toasty 2000 degrees Fahrenheit, conditions were favorable enough for electrons to bind to those first nuclei. And so they formed the first atoms. These initial atoms were hydrogen and helium, gases that, to this day, remain the most common elements in the universe. Other elements, like those necessary for life, still hadn't formed, however, and they wouldn't form for millions of years to come. But the haze of particles became bound into atoms of hydrogen and helium, and the fog thinned, and light at last could shine. You see, in the early universe, even light and matter hadn't been separate. At this point, though, a few 100,000s of years into the history of the universe, light and matter finally became decoupled. In other words, they separated. Our telescopes today can still pick up that earliest light, drifting to us across the vast distances of space. Over time, that first light has cooled into microwave radiation. Scientists call it the cosmic background radiation. This radiation gives us important clues about the early universe, and it's powerful evidence to support the theory of the Big Bang. When our instruments detect this ancient light, it essentially allows us to see back in time to the early universe. But we can see no farther back than the time of the first light. Before that time, after all, there was no separate light to linger on for us to see. Still, even after that dawning of first light, in that newly transparent universe, it remained very dark, devoid of stars and suns. For this reason, the next period in the history of the cosmos can be referred to as the Dark Ages, before the dawn of stars. It would have appeared to human eyes like the calm of an endless night, stretching on, silent and unwavering, the same in every direction. There were no burning lights in space, as there are today. just microscopic particles drifting and colliding here and there, so tiny we humans couldn't even have seen them if any had been around. Nevertheless, time went on, and that mostly dark universe continued to grow and to cool and change. Eras and ages passed and accumulated. At this point in our story, time stretches to periods that are hard to imagine because of their length. In contrast to the start of the universe, when things happened so fast, it's hard to comprehend just how quickly. So the Dark Ages stretched on, and the universe stretched and expanded. 100 million years passed, and then another 100 million. And still, in the scale of all time, the universe was very, very young. Then, by the time it was, say, a few 100 million years old, that young universe held drifting clouds of gas. And these clouds of gas began to feel their own weight. Their gravity pulled the clouds tighter and tighter together until they started to collapse in on themselves. At last, these collapsing balls of gas became furnaces, dense and hot enough to cause nuclear reactions as hydrogen atoms fused together in their centers. These were the first stars, burning bright in the dark vastness of early space. These first stars would have been very, very bright and very, very massive, and they would have endured but a short time before exploding. The first stars must have burned indescribably bright, illuminating the endless night with their fire, until they essentially burned themselves out. The nuclear fusion reactions in the star's centers converted hydrogen into helium until their hydrogen was all gone. Then their centers contracted and became unstable. Then they grew hotter and hotter, and the atoms inside them fused into more and more elements, finally bringing into existence other kinds of matter besides hydrogen and helium for the first time. Elements like carbon could form, the basis of all life as we know it, and also oxygen, nitrogen, and finally iron. When a star reached that point, nuclear fusion stopped inside it, and within less than a second, it would begin to collapse in on itself again, buckling under the weight of its own gravity. But as the iron atoms in its core were crushed together, their nuclei would repel each other with such force, such nuclear force, that it overcame gravity. And then the star would explode outwards in what we call a supernova explosion, an enormous shock wave that would propel the elements forged in the stars out into space. And so, when the stars exploded, those other types of matter spread across the universe, slowly but surely making possible the world we know today. Then, from the scattered dust of those first stars, more and more complex elements formed. And as the age of the universe began to be measured in billions of years, that stardust collected and coalesced, and ever more galaxies and stars were born. The swirling dust and gas formed into more and more new stars, grouped together into galaxies. And as more and more galaxies formed, these grouped together into clusters of galaxies, populating the dark universe with matter and light. Eventually, a cluster of galaxies formed that astronomers now call the local group. Local because it's in our region of space. Within it was born a collection of stars that we call the Milky Way, our galaxy. Then, some 9 billion years after the Big Bang, yet another cloud of gas and dust began to come together and coalesce, perhaps triggered by the force of an exploding supernova nearby. It was one of countless such clouds of dust and gas to come together in this way. But this one, from our point of view at least, was special, because the center of this collapsing cloud became our sun. And around that center, the outer bits of the cloud's matter clumped together into larger and larger balls, spinning through space around the newborn sun. Over time, these collided and joined into bigger and bigger spheres. And thus, roughly 4.5 billion years ago, the planets of our solar system were born. And then, at last, life began on one water-rich planet in the inner part of the solar system, only about 100 million miles from the Sun. The first and only life we know of in the universe. And that life evolved and evolved into more and more complex forms of life, At first, there were microbes, tiny, microscopic living things, so small as to be invisible to our eyes. Over time, more microbes emerged that produced oxygen. These set the stage for animal life as we know it, slowly producing an oxygen-rich atmosphere, like that which we breathe every day. Then, eventually, simple animals developed at the bottom of the Earth's wide oceans, such as sea sponges, perhaps 800 million years ago. A short time later, cosmically speaking, just a few 100 million years or so, more and more types of animals evolved, filling the planet's seas with living things. And those sea animals proliferated and evolved, growing ever more complex and diverse and differentiated. And at last, some of them crawled from the sea and set up life on land. And still, those animals evolved and grew, changing and developing ever more branches of the tree of life. Ever more complex life forms spread into nearly every environment on the globe, until one of those life forms gazed at the heavens and wondered, and finally created telescopes and scientific instruments with which to view distant stars and ancient light. That life form, we humans, began to reveal some of what came before, to unravel some of the mysteries of the universe, all the way back to first light, and even before, all the way back to the beginning, when all was one. But with each mystery unravelled, we seem to find an even greater mystery lurking beyond, and the secrets of our cosmos continue to stretch the limits of human comprehension, so that, in the end, the more we think we know, the greater the mysteries of existence. Still, human minds press onward, seeking knowledge and understanding, striving to know the unknowable and understand the incomprehensible, to bring light to ideas that drift among us like the drifting stardust of space. And these ideas, born of myriad minds, join together into even larger and more complex explanations and understandings. These shared ideas coalesce to form something larger, much like that stardust, born of myriad stars, coalesced to form everything around us, including our minds themselves. And so, perhaps the circle of existence is more like a spiral, building up and up, circling, yes, but also reaching ever upwards in a beautiful progression, like a magnificent symphony of the universe. The crayon's exact origins are not entirely clear, but history shows us that in many ways, crayons and things like them were invented and reinvented many times over. Indeed, humans have used coloured implements to illustrate their imaginations for thousands of years. Nowadays, we often associate crayons with children, but their predecessors were often used by academics, artists, and writers to bring to life their vivid ideas. One of the earliest examples of using wax to create art is encaustic or hot wax painting, which first emerged in ancient Egypt and Greece. Wax is both versatile and resilient, allowing artists to create images on stone, wood, or canvas. Artists would place plain beeswax in a bowl and gently heat it over an open flame. Then they would pour in dried pigments or powdered colours made from berries, flowers, and other natural ingredients. As the wax melted, the granules of colour sank and fused together during the mixing process. But if this paint-like solution cooled, it would be too hard to use. So, while it was still warm, the artist would daub it across a surface and shape it with brushes and small metal tools. The Romans took this style of encaustic painting and introduced it to all the corners of their expansive empire. Artists used the method to create highly detailed images of their leaders and gods. Even today, thousands of years after it was first invented, artists are still combining hot wax and colours to make malleable paints. In the 13th century, artisans in Europe began to experiment with new materials for writing and etching. They found that they were able to draw more easily on parchment and other forms of early paper by mixing sticks of black charcoal with oils. Over time, the oils were replaced with beeswax, which had much better binding properties. The other advantage of wax was that it could be combined with pigments. These creations are the ancestors of the crayons we know today. Somewhere around the 15th century, chalk-based pastels appeared. by mixing chalk and pigments into solid sticks, artists and writers were able to sketch with much more detail. Leonardo da Vinci famously used pastels to etch many of his famous diagrams, including concepts for a powered cart and a robotic knight. Pastels later made their way to England and France, where a variety of new pigments were used in the mixture. This meant that they could be made in an exciting array of different colours. And it was in Paris that the roots of the modern crayon truly took hold. In 1755, Nicolas Jacques Conté was born in a picturesque French commune close to the River Orne. Conté was a precocious child who was drawn to the arts and sciences. At 14, he began working as a professional painter, while also following his passion for the mechanical sciences. As an adult, Conté found himself serving as an officer in the army during the French Revolution. By that time, his technical prowess and artistic skill were common knowledge among the troops. Before the invention of pens, the humble pencil was a more practical alternative to quills and ink fountains, especially for use in the field. They were made from flat wood and a length of plumbago, a natural form of graphite found in England. These pencils were often used by soldiers to write communications, note supplies, and more. During the course of the war, France found itself cut off from its supply of plumbago. Without more, it would be impossible to make any new pencils. So, Conté was given the task of coming up with an alternative. Ever the innovator, he got to work, experimenting with possible substitutes. After a few days, Conté came up with an intriguing solution. He mixed graphite, water, and clay, and then pressed the mixture between two slivers of wood. He then baked the pencil until the synthetic lead was rigid. When Conté presented his invention to his superiors, it was an immediate success. And so it was, in 1795, Conté received a patent for his pencil. He later established a company to further develop his design. He added the option for various gradients, or a range of shades for the graphite. They could be lighter or darker, depending on preference. He also added pigments to the mixture, and the coloured pencil was born. He continued to experiment, and eventually designed a waxy pastel stick, which came in an array of colours. A few years later, France honoured Conté with distinction for his crayons of various colours. Napoleon Bonaparte himself praised the inventor's ability to create anything from almost nothing. The Conté crayon has remained an artist favourite for well over 200 years. But today, It is the Crayola crayon that claims the spotlight in classrooms worldwide. And just like Conte, Crayola has a very interesting history. In 1836, Joseph Walker Binney was born in Wakefield, Yorkshire, in the north of England. Wakefield is a picturesque market town, centred around a tall cathedral and surrounded by wide green fields. When Joseph was young, it was a thriving hub of trade, attracting farmers and merchants from across the region. It's impossible to know for sure, but you can imagine a young Joseph drawing inspiration from a walk through his hometown's busy streets. There, he saw people bartering over thick bales of cloud-like wool and sacks of golden corn. At 18, Joseph served as an officer in Queen Victoria's army. He fought in Eastern Europe during the Crimean War. Eventually, he returned to England, where he found himself hankering for more adventure. And so, he crossed the Atlantic Ocean, bound for New York City. There, he was determined to start a whole new life. In bustling New York, Joseph found himself trying all manner of careers. He tried working as a realtor and as a pattern maker, designing metal casts for manufacturers. But none of it panned out. Eventually, he moved to Peekskill, a small town about 40 miles outside of New York. He and his wife started a family, and it was there he acquired an old tobacco factory, which would become the key to their fortune. In 1864, Joseph opened the doors to the Peekskill Chemical Works. Little did he know that it was the precursor to what would eventually become Crayola. Years later, his company would be producing crayons in all the colours of the rainbow for children worldwide. But at the time, Peekskill Chemical was not in the business of making crayons just yet. Instead, they focused on industrial pigments. The mid to late 1800s was a pivotal time for industry across America, and nowhere was that more true than in New York. The city was considered the factory of the world. It was perfectly situated near the Atlantic, which was the gateway to commerce. Yet its shoreline was protected by Long Island, which allowed for rows of docks. From the bottom of Manhattan, running up both sides, long wooden piers splayed out into the East River and the Hudson. Ships brought in raw materials from across the world, and factories made everything from clothing to carriage wheels, grand pianos to books. And one thing they all needed was colour. As manufacturing increased, companies began to standardize their products. They all wanted paint and dye in specific shades, so that everything they made would look the same. Joseph's plant initially focused on grinding and packaging hardwood charcoal and producing carbon black. This shade was often referred to as lamp black for use in printer's ink, and it was the colour responsible for his company's nickname, Binney's Lamp Black Factory. To make the pigments, he and his team would burn wood charcoal, oil, fats, and metal oxides in a large furnace. The remnants from each burning session would be filtered into a fine powder and bagged up into large sacks. From there, they would make their way by horse and buggy to manufacturing facilities all over. As Joseph's business grew, so did his family. He and Annie had a son, Edwin, who showed a keen interest in his father's line of work. By the time Edwin was older, it was clear he would be joining Joseph at the factory. Edwin was fascinated by how one material, through a chemical process, could be transformed into something quite different. Soon, he was experimenting with other compounds and using them to create new colours and materials. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ocean, Edwin's cousin, C. Harold Smith, was making his own plans to travel to New York. Harold was born in London in 1860. Even back then, London was a big, noisy place. Large factories were separated by thin, cobbled streets, and tall brick chimneys pumped out sooty clouds, blanketing the city in a thick, heavy smog. When he was a teenager, his family moved to far-off New Zealand, a land of snow-capped mountains and rolling green fields. But Harold saw his future in the United States, so he too travelled by ship to New York. Although we can't know for sure how Harold felt about the weeks-long journey, it must have been quite the adventure. You can imagine a young man standing at the side of the boat as it sailed through drifting waves. Maybe he saw a pod of dolphins in the distance, skimming through the water. With a journey as long as his, Harold probably saw at least one whale, its huge tail breaking the surface, only to crash down heavily once more with a splash. Whatever the trip was like for Harold, one thing is certain. New York was very different from the New Zealand he had left behind. The city was a busy place, growing fast and always on the move. The shoreline welcomed cargo ships on a daily basis, and horses pulled heavy carts through the cobblestone streets. All around, thousands of voices made up the soundtrack of the city. People from across the world, speaking in countless different languages. Harold joined his uncle's business at its newly opened office in the heart of the city. Joseph quickly put his nephew to work as a travelling salesman for Binney's Lamp Black Factory. As Edwin worked on methods for making carbon black, Harold travelled the country, meeting people and building relationships with new customers. Around 1885, Joseph handed over Binney's lampblack factory to the two young men. It was up to them to build a future for it. Shortly thereafter, they rebranded as the Binney and Smith Company. Together, they took their work to new heights. The combustion engine had been invented just a decade earlier. Naturally, there was a lot of buzz about the new motor car. Not wanting to be left out of the action, Binney and Smith began to supply black pigment to the car tyre industry. They also found success selling shoe polish. At the turn of the 20th century, they purchased an old grist mill in eastern Pennsylvania. There, they started making pencils and other writing supplies, which they sold across the United States. Soon after, Edwin turned his attention to chalk markers, which were used in everything from schools to manufacturing. The problem was they were made from raw chalk, which produced a lot of dust. School teachers were desperate for a better alternative, so he put his mind toward fixing the problem. Eventually, he settled on a composite of slate waste, cement, and talc. When it was shaped and dried, it worked perfectly. That was how Binney and Smith became the purveyor of the world's first dustless white chalk. At the same time, Binney and Smith fixed their focus on another colourful problem. In the early 1900s, crayons were imported from Europe, making them too expensive for many schools. As a result, the crayons that were shipped to the United States were mostly used in industry for making barrels and crates. Edwin and his wife Alice, a former schoolteacher, took the issue seriously. They set about developing a crayon that would be safe enough for children, while also cheap enough to buy for every classroom. They tested several kinds of wax blends. Finally, they settled on a paraffin-based wax, because it left a good amount of residue when marking on paper. They also decided to use non-toxic pigments that were safe for young children. It was Alice who came up with the name for these special new crayons. She called them Crayola, which is a combination of the French word cray for chalk and ola for oleaginous, meaning oily in Latin. The name was printed onto coloured paper, which was then wrapped around each of the 8 crayons in the original box. The first colours were red, orange, yellow, green, blue, violet, brown, and black. Together, they were branded Crayola Gold Medal School Crayons and sold for a nickel apiece. they were an instant hit when they were released in 1903. Soon, children were brightening up classrooms across America with their colourful drawings. Emboldened by their success, Binney and Smith started selling their crayons in general stores so kids could carry on their colourful etchings at home. Eventually, Binney and Smith crayons became so popular, the company took on their name as its own, and the Crayola Company was born. Over the decades, Crayola added a wide assortment of colours, offering as many as 200 hues in a single box. It has also introduced crayons for professional artists, as well as other products such as paints and marker pens. And of course, they produce hundreds of thousands of wax crayons every day. The process of making crayons is meditative to watch. Wax and colour blend together like a melted rainbow, warm and smooth. Many crayon makers still use paraffin wax as the main material. They melt it and mix it with a fixing powder. As the solution churns in a large, hot vat, they add other ingredients, like stearic acid, to help the wax stick better to paper. Next, they pour in the grains of pigment, which give the crayons their distinctive colours. These granules spiral down into the mix as it turns, blending with all the other components. Then they pump the solution into a large machine. Its surface is made up of thousands of long, thin, crayon-shaped moulds. After the wax fills the moulds, they cover them with cold water. This helps to firm up the wax until it's solid. They use a special blade to remove any excess wax off the top of the moulds, which is then recycled back into new crayons. The hard, finished crayons are then pushed out of the moulds onto a conveyor rack and transported to a labelling machine. From here, they drop one by one into the grooves of a large wheel with a small amount of glue. The crayons roll around until they come to a chamber where a pretty paper label is wrapped onto each one. Then they are transferred to the packaging line, where staff place bundles of crayons into large containers arranged by colour. Machines then select the colours for individual boxes. Eventually, those boxes will end up in the hands of little artists around the world, ready to get to work on their next masterpiece. And as those children sit in front of a blank piece of paper, they have a careful decision to make. What colour should I start with? So, the next time you pick up one of those humble little wax sticks. Remember, they really do have a colourful history. Well, that's all for our sleepy journey through history for tonight. I hope you enjoyed it, and I wish you the most pleasant and colourful dreams. Good night. You've probably seen them before, the little hearts with messages like "Be mine" and "Call me." You may have received them in a Valentine's Day card, or picked some up in a shop to nibble on at home. Like candy corn at Halloween, they are a holiday treat that's hard to forget. With their fruity flavours, chalky texture, and satisfying rattle as they fall out of the box. They trace their roots back to apothecary lozenges from the 1800s. Medicine and candy, well-being and sugar, these seemingly opposite things have long been intertwined. But looking through the lens of history, it makes sense why. The story of candy stretches back generations and spans the globe. Even something as simple as its name helps us piece together its journey to the present day. Depending on where you live now, you may call sugar confectionery different things, like sweets or lollies. But in the United States, where our conversation hearts were first made, candy is the name of choice. The word comes from the late Middle English verb to sugar candy, or to preserve by coating in sugar. That came from the French phrase that meant crystallized sugar, which was borrowed from Arabic and stems from an earlier Sanskrit word meaning fragment. Candy and its predecessors have been tantalizing people's taste buds for thousands of years. Long before modern sugar confectionery took hold, people were coming up with innovative ways to enjoy sumptuous treats. Depending on when and where you lived, you would have had different types of early sweets. In the Escalona River Valley in eastern Spain lie the Araña Caves. They are famous for the prehistoric rock art left by some of our Mesolithic or Stone Age ancestors. One of the scenes depicts a person gathering honey from a beehive. While we don't know the precise age of the picture, some people believe it to be around 8,000 years old. If you were living in ancient Egypt or Greece, honey would have been the main source of sweetness before sugarcane moved west. Hieroglyphics of beekeepers attest to the fact that Egyptians had learned how to maintain hives to have a continuous source. They were even using honey to make an early equivalent to marshmallows around 2000 BCE. However, it was more common to use honey to preserve fruits, nuts, flowers, and plants. This candying process led to the creation of many bite-sized treats, like small cakes made of dates, nuts, and seeds that were pressed into molds. These delicacies were so beloved across the Mediterranean that there were even candy shops in ancient Roman cities. A popular offering was dates soaked in honey and stuffed with almonds. On the other side of the world, indigenous people in what is now North America have long tapped trees for sap and processed it to make syrup. In colder areas, people would leave bark containers filled with sap outside to freeze. That helped separate the water from the sugar. By the 1st century, pottery allowed for boiling the liquid instead. As we move south, we enter the land of the sugarcane plant, which is native to the tropics. It was domesticated around 6000 BCE in what is now Papua New Guinea and other nearby islands. At the time, it was mainly cultivated as a food source for livestock. Other sugarcane crops took hold across the islands of Southeast Asia, Taiwan, and southern China. Eventually, they made their way to India, where people first refined the juice of the sugarcane plant into granulated crystals, or the sugar we know today. From there, the art of growing and processing sugarcane spread to Persia and later the Mediterranean. In the late 900s, the Republic of Venice was in its infancy. Known today as a popular destination for travellers, its rise to power was tied, in part, to sugar. Venice was a hub of trade, where people from the Mediterranean and Central Europe came together to share food and culture. The sugar and spice business was booming, and this little port city was in the middle of it all. At the same time, Arab communities across the Middle East, North Africa, and the Anatolian and Iberian peninsulas were experimenting with new ways to use sugar. They worked to perfect the processes that were already in place. Similar to the Greeks, who preserved food in honey, the Arabs used sugar. To this day, sugared or candied fruit remains a popular dessert. Around the year 1000, they established the world's first industrial sugar refinery on Crete. The island stands in the Mediterranean, with mainland Greece to the north, Turkey and Lebanon to the east, and Egypt and Libya to the south. With cane sugar now available in Europe, the road to modern confectionery and our little candy hearts was laid. Because sugar was expensive and somewhat hard to come by, it was often seen as a special commodity. People thought it had the power to do much more than satisfy a sweet tooth. physicians from different parts of the world traded information on the medicinal uses of sugar. As a result, apothecaries took on a more prominent role in developing sweets and distributing them to the public. Twists of pooled sugar that were used to treat fevers began to travel from the Middle East to England. In the Middle Ages, these candies became known as alfenics or pennids. The Earl of Derby reportedly paid 2 shillings for 2 pounds of pennids in the year 1390. They were the predecessors of modern cough drops and barley sugar. In 1552, the French astrologer Nostradamus published one of his most unique works, Treatise on Cosmetics and Jams. Along with attempting to predict the future, he was also an apothecary and famed plague fighter, who had many prized recipes for jellies and sweets. He shared these in his book, along with beauty and medicinal tips. It wouldn't have been out of the ordinary at that time to find such different topics in the same piece of light reading. Apothecaries wore a number of hats, and health, beauty, and sugar often went hand in hand. By the end of the 1500s, demand for sweets that weren't purely medicinal led to the development of what is now confectionery. A seed, nut, spice, or fruit encased in a small orb of sugar was called either a comfit or a confect. And so, during the Renaissance, the art of sugar confectionery was born. 3 centuries later, the Industrial Revolution brought with it a number of inventions that changed the way sugar was handled. First, there was the vacuum steam pan, which was created in 1855. It helped sugar crystallize at lower temperatures and heat more evenly. Then, the centrifuge made it possible to remove impurities. When sucrose crystals dissolve in water, they form a syrup. If that syrup is heated, the water begins to evaporate. As a result, the liquid gets thicker and more saturated with sugar. Depending on how it's cooled, it turns into different types of candy. If it cools slowly, the sucrose crystals reform, resulting in smooth and creamy treats like fudge. If that process is sped up and the crystals don't form, you get hard candy like lollipops. Before the invention of these tools, a candy maker would have to spend long hours, and sometimes days, shaking a pan over hot coals in order to slowly and evenly coat the center of a confit with a hard sugar shell. The steam pan meant that no one had to continuously stir the boiling sugar, and it was less likely to burn. By separating out impurities with the centrifuge, the candy maker had pure, uniform sugar to work with. Around the same time, in the mid-1800s, a Boston pharmacist had an idea that would change the future of confectionery forever. Oliver Chase was born in England in 1821. He emigrated to Massachusetts and, in 1847, designed and built one of America's first candy machines. Oliver's job was to make apothecary lozenges, which he sold to pharmacies in the area. He was following the long tradition of combining medical practice and candy making. For years, druggists had used the sweet taste of sugar to mask the bitterness of certain medicines and make them more palatable. Like modern cough drops, apothecary lozenges were said to help with sore throats and other discomforts. To make them, Oliver would roll out sheets of sugar paste and cut it into small discs to form the tablets. All of the ingredients had to be pulverized using a mortar and pestle, and the paste, which included gum arabic, brown sugar, peppermint, and other medicinal additives, had to be kneaded and formed evenly. Because the entire process was done by hand, it was hard to ensure that all the lozenges were uniform in size, and that everyone in the batch had the same amount of each ingredient. And then there was the problem with demand. Even customers who didn't need the medicine still seemed to enjoy the sugary tablets. So Oliver started to make some without the additives. In order to both standardize and speed up his production, he designed a lozenge cutting device. It followed the same principles as a pasta maker. He would feed a sheet of sugar paste into one side of the machine and use a crank to roll it all the way through. It stamped perfectly uniform circles into the sheet, which would pop out on the other side. Within minutes, he had dozens of little, round apothecary lozenges, or sugar paste candies, with far less effort. Oliver's invention and his sweets were so popular, he built an entire business around them. He partnered with his brother, Silas Edwin, and together they opened a factory on Melcher Street in South Boston. There, they produced thousands of their so-called Chase lozenges, which were met with wild success. And so, Chase and Company was off and running. In 1866, the third Chase brother, named Daniel, came up with the idea that ultimately led to the creation of the now famous candy hearts. He invented a machine that could print words directly onto sugar paste. The brothers took inspiration from another type of sweet, called cockles, which had notes tucked inside them like fortune cookies. They wanted to do something similar with their round lozenges. Initially, they wrote long and rambling phrases on them, such as, "How long shall I have to wait? Please be considerate." It may sound strange now, but it fit right during the Victorian era. After writing these by hand for a while, they decided a machine would be faster and provide greater consistency. This is where Daniel's design came in handy. First, a felt roller pad would be moistened with red vegetable food colouring. Then, the pad would press against a special printing die, which stamped the word onto the tablet. That marked the start of conversation candy, which would later adopt its iconic heart shape. Following the success of the brothers' business, Chase and Company merged with two other major names in Massachusetts candy world in 1901. Together with Bird Wright and Company and Phobes Haywood and Company, they formed the New England Confectionery Company, better known as Necco. Oliver's original apothecary lozenges provided the blueprint for what was perhaps the company's most famous product, the Necco wafer. It was so popular and such a nostalgic taste of home that the US government had the company send wafers to soldiers overseas during World War II. The thin, colourful discs were made from sugar, corn syrup, gelatine and gum, and they came in 8 distinct flavours. There were citrus wafers, orange, lemon and lime. The spices, cinnamon and clove, and then of course licorice, wintergreen and chocolate. The diverse flavours appealed to many different tastes and stayed the same for more than 100 years. In 2009, Necco changed the ingredients and formula for the candy to appeal to a more health-conscious crowd. But their longtime fans had something to say about that. Just 2 years later, they returned to the original recipe and flavour lineup. They experimented once again in the 2010s when they released tropical wafers in mango, coconut, passion fruit, strawberry, banana and lime, and sour wafers in wildberry grape, watermelon, lemon, sour apple, blue raspberry, and extreme tangerine. One group of fans had something to celebrate when they debuted the chocolate-only roll, featuring an entire stack of the cocoa-based flavour. Just as the Necco wafer had remained a year-round staple for generations, the candy conversation heart has since taken its place in Valentine's Day history. In 1902, Oliver Chase passed away, but the brothers' conversation candy was just starting its journey to fame. That year, the Sweethearts brand was officially launched. They changed the shape from circle to heart, and the tiny, wordy treats began to make their way into homes around the country. They were made in a similar fashion to the Necco wafers that came before them. First, candy makers combined sugar, corn syrup, cornstarch, gums, and colours into a mixer to form a homogeneous dough. That was transferred to a machine which pressed it into a flat sheet before stamping and cutting it. From there, it spent 30 minutes in a drying tunnel before emerging as the candy hearts we know and love. The 4 original phrases that were printed on top were "Be mine," "Be good," "Be true," and "Kiss me." And you can still find these sweet sayings on the hearts to this day. In the early 1990s, Sweethearts started to expand their wordy repertoire to include more timely expressions. The very first new addition was a heart that said, "Fax me." While that may sound a bit out of date now, it garnered a lot of attention when it came out. Once fans realized the candy would be updated regularly, their suggestions for new phrases poured in by the thousands. Over the years, there has been everything from "You shine" and "Groovy" to "Soulmate" and "Sweet Pea." The company paired with the Twilight franchise to release vampire love story themed hearts. And just a few years ago, they started to print Spanish language hearts with phrases like "Te amo" or "I love you." Everything was rosy for Neko until 2018, when it fell upon hard times. The company closed up shop. For the first time in 171 years, nobody was making Oliver Chase's little wafers or his brother's candy hearts. Until then, it had been the oldest continuously running candy company in America. Valentine's Day passed in 2019 without a single word printed on a chalky pastel heart made by Neko, though several other companies have started to make them too. Longtime fans weren't sure what the future would hold until Spangler Candy acquired the brand. Beginning in summer 2020, the Neko favourites were back on the shelves. So, every time you read a flirty or fun message on one of the Chase brothers' beloved treats, just remember their storied past. From the candy shops of ancient Rome and the apothecaries of medieval England to the factory of a Boston pharmacist, it's been a long and sweet road for these little hearts. Sleep is one of the most basic, primal human needs. A deep, refreshing sleep is the key to replenishing our body's stores of energy, boosting our mood, enhancing health and organ function, and improving our mental agility. While we sleep, our body repairs its cells, our nerves communicate, and our brain creates and stores new memories. Long before the invention of the modern bed, humans slept. We slept in ways that nowadays might seem a little strange. Sleeping on piles of fern branches, grasses, and palm fronds predates anatomically modern humans. And evidence shows, for example, that pre-human hominids often slept in trees. Snoozing several feet above the ground on a precarious tree branch might sound uncomfortable and impractical, but it served an important purpose. Sleeping in this elevated way kept our ancestors safe from the predatory animals that roamed the land at night. How did they keep from falling out? Well, it's hard to say for sure. But have you ever experienced a sensation of falling just before drifting off to sleep and jerked awake? That strange sensation is known as a hypnic jerk. Some researchers believe this is a reflex left over from the days when we slept in trees. As soon as we began to fall, our brains snapped to attention so we could stay safely nestled in the branches. When we weren't sleeping in trees, we preferred to take shelter in safe, enclosed spaces like caves. Archaeologists studying the traces of early human life in Hinds Cave, Texas, have found small hollows in the ground there. They believe that's where the prehistoric humans who lived in and around this cave slept. They likely passed the night on piles of straw, dried grasses, or furs. The shape of the hollows suggests that these early humans slept curled up like a ball, probably for warmth. For the same reason, they seem to have slept very close together. The world's oldest known mattress was found in sub-Saharan Africa, and it dates back roughly to the year 3600 BCE. This mattress was found in Sibudu Cave in South Africa. It is woven from sedge and topped with a layer of dried leaves from the Cape Quince tree. Early mattresses like this one were probably made with plants that were known to have insect repellent properties. But to uncover the story of some of the world's earliest known beds, we need to visit the remote Scottish island of Mainland, the largest of the Orkney Islands. In 1850, a violent storm whipped up in the Bay of Scale on the island's west coast. As rain and wind lashed the island, a grassy hill, known to the locals as Skara Brae, was eroded. What the islanders found beneath in the rubble of earth was astonishing. The perfectly preserved stone remains of a Neolithic village. The settlement is more than 5,000 years old and consists of 9 houses. Archaeologists have uncovered tools, jewellery, and even dice at the site, and in every stone cottage they found the same piece of furniture, a box-shaped bed frame hewn from stone. Closer examination of the stone beds of Skara Brae reveals that they are made of two discrete compartments, one slightly larger than the other, which suggests that men and women slept in separate but adjoining compartments of the same bed. Likely, they would have slept on mattresses woven from the sturdy heather that grows wild across the island, and slept under firs to keep warm on chilly Orkney nights when the wind howled and the sea lashed at the shore. Imagine sleeping in one of these stone beds, wrapped in heavy blankets to ward off the fresh, sharp air of the Orkney Islands. You smell sea salt and the mingled aroma of wood and moss from the heather that makes up your mattress. Outside your hut, gulls and kittiwakes and white-tailed eagles swoop and cry. Inside, you are snug and warm. You listen to the low crackle of the fire and the gusting of the wind as you drift into sleep. The lower layers of many of the earliest types of bedding were thought to be similar to branch piles, on top of which softer materials would have been placed for comfort. The purpose of the lower layers was to elevate the sleeping area, to keep the sleeper away from bugs and dirt, and to protect from drafts coming in from under the sides of a tent. Additionally, hammocks are known to have been used by our ancestors for sleeping in places like Mesoamerica and India, though it's uncertain when the practice began, given that hammock materials typically don't preserve well in the archaeological record. However, it's believed by many that the first raised built beds were invented by the ancient Egyptians, who slept on a bed frame with feet, sometimes even carved into the shape of animal feet, designed to keep the sleeper elevated from the floor, where insects and scorpions sometimes roamed. Rather than soft, squishy pillows, they favoured headrests made from wood or glass, which kept the sleeper's head elevated through the night. On a more comfortable note, wealthy Egyptians also slept swathed in linen, which they sometimes dampened before bed to keep them cool through the hot desert evenings. Imagine sleeping in an Egyptian villa on the banks of the Nile River. You hear the swaying of rushes, the gentle ripple of the water, and a chorus of frogs and insects outside. In your room, you are wrapped in light, cool layers of perfumed linen, a gentle breeze moves over your skin, while your eyelids grow heavier and heavier. In ancient Rome, your bed spoke volumes about your wealth and status. Lowly workers slept on wooden bed frames, while high-class Romans slept quite literally at a higher level than their fellow citizens on ornately carved metal bed frames that were raised off the floor. Often, they needed a footstool to climb into their elevated beds. The Romans slept well on mattresses made from straw, feathers, or leaves, and bedding woven from wool or hemp. But beds were not used exclusively for sleep. The Romans studied, read, and wrote on luxurious daybeds too. And rather than gather around the dining table on chairs, wealthy Romans reclined on dining beds, propping themselves up with plenty of cushions so they could help themselves to food and drink. Beds were just as important for the ancient Greeks, and even feature in one of the epic Greek poems, the Odyssey. Odysseus, the hero of the tale, sets off on an eventful voyage around the Mediterranean that sees him fend off the seductive song of sirens, outwit the one-eyed Cyclops, and linger on the enchanted island of the witch Circe, before finally returning home in disguise to his wife Penelope. Penelope devises a test to uncover Odysseus's true identity. She asks him to move their carved wooden marital bed. Odysseus panics. He knows the bed cannot be moved. He carved it himself before he left, from the stump of an olive tree. The bedroom and house have all been built around the tree that makes up their bed. Seeing Odysseus's panic, Penelope knows her husband has returned. The immovable wooden bed is said to symbolize the strength and steadfastness of Penelope and Odysseus's union. Traditional bed design in northern China was influenced by the frigid weather in the region. Here, people used to sleep on kangs, stone beds ingeniously heated by a flue system that was connected to a house's central fire, usually the kitchen fire. While it took some time for the stone to heat up, the kang retained its heat for the course of the night. Swaddled in bedding, and with the heat of the stone gently seeping through their limbs, sleepers stayed warm even through wintry blizzards. In some houses, the kang was very large and took up most of the room. It would also be used for eating and socializing. And in inns, travellers often slept together on one enormous kang. Imagine sleeping on a kang in northern China. Outside, the wind is whipping across the plains, and snow is falling heavily. When you wake up, the world outside will be blanketed in a thick white layer of snow, muffling every sound. Now you feel the warmth of the stone creeping up through the layers of blankets and into your body, warming your muscles and your bones. Feeling deliciously comfortable, you drift into a deep, deep sleep. In medieval and Renaissance Europe, the bed was considered the most important and valuable item in the home. From the 1400s on, wealthy Europeans preferred to sleep in four-poster beds, hung with thick canopies that formed a curtain around the sleeper. These canopies gave beds the look of a miniature theatre, which was certainly appropriate, as nobles and wealthy merchants also used their beds to display great quantities of fine textiles. In addition to showing off sumptuous fabrics, pillows, bolsters, and tapestries, people would also signal how wealthy they were by stacking mattresses on top of each other. As many as 6 mattresses might be stacked onto a bed frame, a marked difference to some other countries, like Japan and Kazakhstan, where even the wealthiest nobles elected to sleep on thin mattresses on the floor. These European beds were so lavishly decorated and dressed that often a sleeper would need the help of a servant to ascend the bed frame and push their way through the heavy canopies surrounding the mattress. Some beds even had space under the ornate bed frame for another, far simpler trundle bed, where a servant could sleep overnight. The lower and middle classes didn't sleep in such opulent style, but it was not uncommon for even poorer homes to feature a proper bed. This was made up of a bed frame, a mattress, and a lattice of interlocking rope or cord at the base of the frame, designed for the mattress to rest upon. Every few days, the cords of this lattice were pulled taut by hand to prevent the mattress from slipping and sliding in the night. Up to a third of the typical Renaissance family's wealth would be spent on the bed and its linens. It's no wonder then that beds were treasured heirlooms, handed down from one generation to the next in wills. William Shakespeare famously left his wife Anne his second best bed. This second best bed was likely to have been William and Anne's marriage bed. In many Renaissance homes, the best bed wasn't kept in the bedroom at all, but displayed in a living area decked out in sumptuous linens and blankets in a show of wealth. Only guests actually slept in the best bed. In royal circles, it became increasingly fashionable for rulers to hold court from their beds. In France, Emperor Louis XIV routinely received visitors in his bedchambers, including foreign dignitaries on sensitive political missions. Louis was reported to own 413 beds. His favoured bed at Versailles was hung with rich fabric embroidered with real gold. Courtiers who were in favour with the French emperor were even invited into his bedchamber while he was sleeping, being granted the opportunity to watch Louis nod off at night or slowly wake in the mornings was considered an exceedingly high honour. The English monarch Elizabeth I rivalled Louis XIV in her taste for lavish beds. Depending on which of her palaces she occupied, Elizabeth had a choice of beds to sleep in. Richmond Palace, situated on the bank of the River Thames, in a large, leafy park where deer nibbled at the grass, was one of Elizabeth's favourite retreats. When she stayed here, she slept in a bed carved in the shape of a boat and hung with seafoam green curtains. At Whitehall Palace in the heart of London, Elizabeth would stay up late into the night, banqueting and meeting with nobles from across the continent, before falling asleep in a bed hung with hand-painted curtains of Indian silk. And, just for good measure, one of Elizabeth's beds always travelled with her from palace to palace. Its tapestry curtains were studded with gold and silver buttons, and ostrich feathers decorated the headboard. In the intimate confines of her bedchamber, Elizabeth would take off her heavy makeup and gossip with her favoured ladies-in-waiting. Although she never married, Elizabeth rarely slept alone. One of her ladies often slept with her. Being chosen to share the Queen's bed was considered a great privilege. Imagine sleeping in the ornate, boat-shaped bed. You lounge back on a mound of silk pillows, covered in heavy blankets, woven from the finest fabrics. From a distance, you hear the gentle chatter and bustle of the palace. Not loud enough to disturb you, but a pleasingly quiet hum. You draw the ocean-coloured silk curtains around you, and, nestled in the prow of the boat-shaped bed, you can almost sense the rocking of waves, up and down, up and down as you let yourself ease into sleep. In fact, throughout the Middle Ages and the Renaissance, Europeans rarely slept alone. Families slept together, not just peasant families, but aristocratic ones too. Travelers and guests were invited to share the family bed. Strict rules of etiquette governed who slept where, and sleepers were often separated by age and gender. Infants slept in cradles, which their parents hung with amulets made from coral, believed to promise a long life, or wolf's teeth, believed to ward off attackers. Under the domed ceilings of London's Victoria and Albert Museum of Decorative Arts, visitors can see one of the most impressively large beds to have survived from this period, the Great Bed of Ware. Ware is a town in Hertfordshire, not far from London. In the days when the Great Bed took pride of place in the White Hart Inn, Ware was a small, picturesque cluster of cottages, shops, and farms. Two rivers meet here, the River Lee and the New River. Rushes and willows line the riverbanks, and swans swim in feathered white flocks along their glassy surfaces. In the 16th century, when the bed was built, Ware was about a day's journey on horseback from the capital. It lay on one of the old Roman roads known as Ermine Street, joining London with Lincoln, a bustling city in the English Midlands. Come nightfall, the inns of Ware would fill with travellers stopping on their way to one of the destinations along Ermine Street, like the University City of Cambridge, the rolling green of the Lincolnshire Wolds, or even further north to York, once a Viking settlement. Travellers at the White Hart Inn would have had the opportunity to stay in the Great Bed. Built by the Hertfordshire carpenter Jonas Fosberg, it was one of the largest beds in the country, standing more than 2.5 meters high and over 3 meters wide. It comfortably accommodated up to 4 couples at a time. In keeping with the fashion of the time, its oak frame is richly carved with a ribbon motif, acanthus leaves, and mythical creatures like fauns and satyrs. Fosberg's craftsmanship was added to and embellished over the years, as those who stayed the night in the Great Bed made their own marks on its impressive wooden frame. These days, visitors to the V&A Museum can still see the carved initials and red wax seals imprinted on the bed by past sleepers. people didn't just share beds with their families or fellow travellers. Young unmarried couples often spent the night in the same bed in a courtship ritual known as bundling. In places like rural Wales, before courting couples could marry, they first had to spend the night together, talking and getting to know each other to ensure the union would be a happy one. And to ensure they remained chaste, they were quite literally bundled into sacks up to their waists, and sometimes even separated by a wooden board laid across the bed. If after spending the night bundled together, the young lovers still liked each other well enough to marry, their union could go ahead as planned. Until the advent of electric lighting, our sleeping habits were, to modern eyes, rather unusual. Instead of going to bed at night and waking in the morning, people slept in 2 shifts, known as first sleep and second sleep, punctuated by a period of wakefulness known as the watch. The watch occurred roughly between midnight and 2 a.m. Under the light of oil lamps, candles, or rushlights, a kind of taper fashioned from the waxed stems of rushes, people would tend to household tasks like mixing bread dough or stoking the household fires, engage in reading, prayer, or quiet contemplation, or simply sit and talk with one another about the day's events. Imagine returning to bed after the watch. Your mind is calm and quiet after the hours you have spent reading, thinking, and gazing into the dwindling fire. Your pillow is cool and your sheets are smooth. You climb gratefully back into bed and fall almost immediately into a deeply refreshing sleep. The Industrial Revolution and the invention of electricity saw people slowly move away from sleeping in 2 shifts. Rather than working in time to sunrise and sunset, more and more people began working in regimented factory shifts. Meanwhile, electric lighting meant it was easier to work late into the night and compress sleep into one efficient 8-hour shift. In Europe, and especially in England, the Victorians began to place more value on both privacy and sleep hygiene. This meant an end to practices like bed sharing. Among the upper classes, every member of the family had a separate sleeping space. This was sometimes even true for married couples. And the bedroom was reserved for sleeping, not gossiping, eating, or entertaining. Bed frames began to be made from iron instead of wood as it was easier to clean. For this same reason, ornate drapery and heavily embroidered linens also began to fall from favour. Of course, not everyone was so strict about sleep hygiene. Born in the Victorian era, the British Prime Minister, Winston Churchill, spent a large amount of each day in bed. Although he woke shortly after 7 most mornings, Churchill would stay in bed until after 11. He breakfasted in bed and caught up on the day's newspapers there, and even invited his secretary into the bedroom so he could dictate correspondence to her. He also, famously, was a great believer in the powers of napping and made a point of having a refreshing sleep at about 5 p.m. each evening. At the end of the 19th century, New York City was growing increasingly crowded as people from all over the globe arrived to try and make their fortunes in the modern metropolis. As a result, sleeping quarters grew more and more cramped. The solution? The folding bed. The first folding bed was designed in the late 19th century by Sarah Good. When Good registered the patent for this innovative bed, she became one of the first African American women to receive a patent. It was designed to be tucked away during the day in a roll-top cabinet that could double up as a desk. And at night, Good's folding bed could be lifted from its hidden compartment and stretched out without breaking. Folding beds quickly became popular among the inhabitants of New York's tenement apartments who wanted to maximize their small living spaces. We're coming to the end of this sleepy history of beds now. We've heard about beds in sub-Saharan Africa and the Scottish Highlands, Renaissance Europe, and turn of the 20th century New York. Beds covered in light linen, and beds draped in rich embroidered blankets. But all these different beds share one common purpose: to support deep, refreshing, and replenishing sleep. Perhaps you're feeling ready for sleep now yourself. If you're lying in a bed, sink back into your pillows. Feel the mattress underneath you. Notice the way your blankets are arranged around you. Let your eyes drift slowly closed, if they aren't closed already. Relax your body from the top of your head out to the tips of your fingers and down to the bottoms of your feet. deepen your breath. Fall into an easy rhythm of inhales and exhales, and let yourself be carried off into sleep as you dream about all the wonderful, comfortable beds people have slept in throughout history. Ever since the Egyptians erected limestone pyramids, the rest of the world has been fascinated by this ancient culture. Whether it was the Greeks borrowing from the mystery cult of Isis to form the Eleusinian mysteries, European alchemists searching for the Book of Thoth during the Enlightenment, or modern creators capturing Egyptian history through film, the ancient Egyptians have captivated imaginations for centuries. But until recently, there was no direct portal to life in ancient Egypt, because the ancient Egyptian language changed so greatly after the 4th century CE. In the British Museum, there sits a stone that has held the key to understanding the language for centuries. On display in a glass case, the crumbling Rosetta Stone may not be as glamorous as the mummies or Parthenon figures elsewhere in the museum. Yet it is one of the most popular exhibits, both fascinating and inspiring visitors who come from all over the world to see it. Until the Rosetta Stone was found, most of what historians knew of the ancient Egyptians was from archaeological speculation and writings from other Near Eastern cultures. Scholars gathered information about the Egyptians from what the Greeks, Romans, and Hebrews had written about them, but they were unable to crack the code of the hieroglyphs, the infamous written language of ancient Egypt. So let us travel through the ages to this country rich in history, art, and culture, to understand how the Rosetta Stone was found, how it was deciphered, and the historical implications of the text on the stone. The hieroglyphic language is a pictorial script, meaning that instead of using letters that we would recognize as an alphabet, the Egyptians drew small pictures of everyday objects, like birds, sphinxes, and people, as their written language. Those pictures have both meanings and sounds associated with them. But it took modern scholars many years to understand how to read them. Once, the language was well known across the Near East. However, over the centuries of Greek, Roman, and Ottoman rule, the ability to read and understand ancient Egyptian was lost to time. It wasn't until the 18th century when linguists were able to use the Rosetta Stone to understand the old language, that modern historians could study Egyptian history, art, and mythology through the language of ancient Egypt. Our journey to understanding this language begins in 1798, when a French military leader named Napoleon went on an imperial mission to Egypt. Napoleon sought to establish French trade and military dominance in the area. This part of the mission was unsuccessful, and after a few short years, the French retreated from the country. However, Napoleon's journey wasn't only about politics and trade. He also established a scientific and cultural exchange during his time in Egypt. Over 150 archaeologists, scientists, and artists eager to explore the remnants of the ancient world accompanied Napoleon on his journey. Napoleon sailed from France across the Mediterranean to the city of Alexandria. Palm trees swayed on the azure coast as his team approached one of the great cultural centers of both the modern and ancient worlds. His crew disembarked to see the city with modern markets, ancient stone fortresses, and the famous Library of Alexandria, a gateway to the ancient world. From the port city, Napoleon trekked across the sandy desert. Golden dunes surrounded his troops, glittering beneath the warm sun. Occasionally, they'd catch a glimpse of the famous Nile River, winding its way to Cairo, just like Napoleon and his men. At last, the French group arrived in the great city of Cairo, which held many ancient and modern wonders. The Nile rushed through the city, an important feature and resource, filled with small boats and children enjoying the cool water. In the city centre, ancient and modern buildings intermingled, leaving the French in awe. The troops explored the city, stocking up on supplies at the colourful bazaar. Merchants sold fruits, vegetables, lentils, crusty bread, silks, cotton, and other goods, and were eager to trade with the French. While Napoleon failed to retain the French influence he sought to establish in the region, the cultural implications of his expedition held the key to deciphering the ancient language. 1 year after Napoleon arrived in Egypt, in 1799, the Rosetta Stone was found. French soldiers were visiting the coastal town of Rashid, not far from Alexandria, where they landed 1 year earlier. While digging up the foundations of a military fort, a soldier noticed that one of the old stones had writing on it. A grey slab of rock, about the size of a medium suitcase, with rough, crumbling edges. The stone may not have seemed as interesting as other artifacts that had already been found. However, Napoleon's team recognized the potential scholarly significance the stone could have. Even though they couldn't understand what was written on the stone, they saw its importance as a triscript. A triscript is a document that has the same text in 3 different languages. Biscripts, which have 2 languages, and triscripts are often used in bilingual and trilingual countries today. For example, in Canada, all official signs are written in both English and French. In Catalonia, many signs are written in Catalan, Castilian, and English. The soldiers recognized the Greek characters at the bottom of the tablet and thought it might be important in understanding the 2 scripts above, which were hieroglyphic and demotic. The French soldiers called the town of Rashid by a different name, Rosetta. That's how the tablet received its famous name. It's a simple name for a complex piece of linguistic treasure. The soldiers brought the stone back to Cairo, where French scientists and scholars studied the text. They were able to translate the Greek text on the tablet, yet none of Napoleon's team could understand the hieroglyphs or demotic text. Indeed, it would take several more years and many scholars working on the project for the code of the hieroglyphs to be cracked. Just 2 years later, in 1801, Napoleon left Egypt and had to forfeit much of what he'd found there. Because the British influence was strong in the region, the Rosetta Stone was sent to England for study. The soldiers wrapped the old stone in paper, delicately loading it on board a ship heading for Britain. The stone travelled down the Nile River, rocking back and forth on the gentle water, until arriving in Alexandria. Then it continued its sea-bound journey until its arrival in Portsmouth, whose cold and windy shore was nothing like the humid Mediterranean. From Portsmouth, the stone was taken overland to the British Museum, where it remains to this day, though Egyptians have repeatedly called for its repatriation, and that of other antiquities taken from the country in the years since. Even though Napoleon's exploits in Egypt were short-lived, his team would go on to write 24 larger-than-life volumes about their time in the region. These would later aid many modern scholars, historians, and interested students in understanding the long and rich history of the country. Scholars from all over Europe arrived to see and study the stone, hoping to crack the code of the ancient language. The bottom and most well-preserved part of the stone was written in the Greek alphabet. The top part of the stone, with crumbled and missing lines, was written in Egyptian hieroglyphs. The middle part was written in a script called Demotic. Demotic was the common written language in the later years of ancient Egypt. It was easier to write than hieroglyphs. Hieroglyphs, viewed as the language of the gods, were often reserved for important documents and art. Because hieroglyphs are a pictorial script, scholars believed that the pictures had meanings attached to them, but not sounds. It was a physicist, not a linguist, named Thomas Young, who was the first to realize that some of the hieroglyphs sounded out the name of one of Egypt's most famous rulers, Ptolemy. Young was able to pick out the name of the pharaoh because of a facet of ancient Egyptian writing called a cartouche. A cartouche is an oval shape around a group of hieroglyphs that indicate those characters represented by a royal name. Even though parts of the hieroglyphic text were unreadable or lost due to decay, Young was able to line up the cartouches in the Egyptian languages with those in the Greek language and decipher the characters which spelt Ptolemy's name. Yet, even with this breakthrough, there was still much work to be done towards fully understanding the old language, and it would take more than just one scholar. To follow our story after Young's findings, we must travel to the streets of Paris, where a young French scholar, Jean-François Champollion, began to study the stone. In 1815, Champollion had just finished a posting as an assistant professor of languages at Grenoble in the French Alps. He returned to the bustling city life of Paris with no job, but a fascination with Near Eastern languages, including the Coptic language, which he taught himself when he was a boy in school. The Coptic language was a bridge language in ancient Egypt. It used Egyptian words, but was written in a Greek alphabet, and used some Greek grammar and vocabulary. This was the language of Egypt until the 13th century CE, when it was replaced by Egyptian Arabic. Champollion's knowledge of this language would help him connect the meanings of the Greek and ancient Egyptian languages. He was one of the leading language scholars in Europe at the time. He knew the modern Egyptian language, which inspired him to work on studying the Rosetta Stone, in the hopes of understanding the ancient tongue. In a small apartment in Paris, he used his knowledge of Coptic and other Near Eastern languages to build on Young's decipherment of the cartouches on the stone. Like most scholars at the time, Champollion believed that the intricate hieroglyphic characters had meanings rather than sounds. Gazing at the beautiful symbols in the cartouche on the Rosetta Stone, he was certain that it was only names of foreign leaders that were spelt out phonetically. Champollion took long, meandering walks through Paris. The wide, cobbled boulevards and narrow streets provided the backdrop for his thoughts and ideas. Finally, he realized he needed more than just the Rosetta Stone as his base point for translating hieroglyphs. Luckily, he had access to another piece of ancient Egyptian writing, an obelisk believed to have Cleopatra's name inscribed on it. Studying the Grey Tower, he identified the cartouche with Cleopatra's name. He realized that several of the characters overlapped between Cleopatra's name and that of Ptolemy. With this information, he was able to record the first keys of the alphabet, the characters that corresponded with the Greek letters P, T, L, and K. From there, Champollion began to read other words in Egyptian, especially names. For several years, he thought that only the names of important foreign leaders like Ptolemy, Cleopatra, and Alexander would be spelt out phonetically, and that the rest of the script was ideographic. It was this outdated theory that was standing in the way of decipherment, a task which Champollion was getting close to accomplishing. It was only when he read the published text from Napoleon's mission, called The Description of Egypt, that he gained access to a wider array of hieroglyphic writing. As he studied the new texts, especially the characters in the cartouches, he realized it wasn't only foreign words spelt out phonetically. Egyptian leaders also had phonetic rather than ideographic names. At long last, he was able to read the hieroglyphs. Using the Greek text, he matched the letters up to the demotic and hieroglyphic writing until he had a fairly good idea of what sounds the ancient Egyptian letters made. Thanks to his hard work, the world was well on its way to understanding hieroglyphs. Due to the Greek text on the tablet and his knowledge of Coptic, he was able to make one of the first translations from Egyptian in centuries. When Champollion made his discovery, he was so elated that he ran through the autumnal streets of Paris, shouting, "Je t'en l'ai fait! I have it!" So, after following this years-long journey, what indeed did the Rosetta Stone say? It's time to travel further back in history again, to the 1st century BCE and the Egypt of the Ptolemaic period. Thousands of years of prehistory made this Ptolemaic period culturally and historically rich. Already, great pyramids housed mummies of ancient pharaohs, and the treasures of knowledge, writing, and art were abundant in the land of Egypt. The Ptolemy rulers were descendants of Alexander the Great. They moved the capital of Egypt from Memphis, near modern-day Cairo, to Alexandria. Just like the French who would arrive in Egypt thousands of years later, the Ptolemies were mesmerized by the port city. Named after the great man himself, Alexandria became the intellectual, cultural, and historic center of Egypt. In the ancient Western world, it was second only to Rome in its cultural significance. While the Ptolemies ruled, warm Mediterranean breezes rustled the palm trees, and the Nile snaked its way from the sea through the country, connecting the ancient empire. The Rosetta Stone was written to mark the coronation of Ptolemy V, who came to the Egyptian throne at the age of 6, 9 years prior to the creation of the tablet. It may surprise some to learn that this magnificent object, which has been so revered for its role in understanding history, is more or less a tax document. However, even mundane things, when placed in a historical context, can provide a wonderful insight into ancient life. The Rosetta Stone, in 3 different scripts, outlines tax exemptions for the Egyptian priests. It also records a gift of grain and silver Ptolemy V gave to the temples in the 8th year of his reign. It then asks the priesthood to serve Ptolemy as any other god. Historians believe there were originally many copies of the stone sent from Alexandria to be placed at the entrance to every temple in the empire. However, only one stone survived the course of history. In ancient Egypt, pharaohs acted as messengers between the gods and the people. The Egyptians believed the lines of pharaohs were chosen by the gods. Thus, the leaders had important roles in both civic and religious life. The Egyptian priests would bless new pharaohs at their coronation, and in return, the priests were given special benefits like tax breaks. The Rosetta Stone indicates that the boy king and his advisors were hoping to build positive relations with the Egyptian priests through these gifts. During the reign of the Ptolemies, Egypt became a multicultural center in the Mediterranean and Near East. The Rosetta Stone was written in both Greek and Egyptian because those were the languages spoken in the country. While there are 3 different types of text, hieroglyphic, demotic, and Greek, the stone only contains 2 languages. Both demotic and hieroglyphic are written in the same language, but in different ways or styles of writing. There was only one spoken ancient Egyptian language, but 2 different writing systems. Hieroglyphs, beautifully crafted and intricate to draw, were used as the language of the gods. Hieroglyphic writing was saved for important messages, for religious texts, and for use in art. Demotic, which was much easier to produce, was used for everyday writing. When the Rosetta Stone was created, the Egyptians had already been under Greek rule for 100 years. The Ptolemies would continue to rule until the reign of the infamous Cleopatra VII, when Egypt would become part of the Roman Empire. With Greek and Roman used on all official documents, the ancient Egyptian language was slowly lost, only to be deciphered nearly 2,000 years later. Now, not only can historians learn about the Egyptians through their own writing, but Egyptians themselves can view their history through the words of Egyptian historians, scientists, and writers, rather than those of outsiders. How miraculous that one stone nearly lost to time and found by chance can tell 3 fascinating stories: that of the ancient Egyptians, that of Napoleon's expedition, and that of the scholars who worked tirelessly to understand the language, opening a portal through history for people in the years to come. Now, hundreds of thousands of visitors flock to the British Museum every year to gaze at the Rosetta Stone, this humble gateway to another world, another time, and the vast expanse of history. Picture a teddy bear. You might think of the standard bear: curly yellow fur, a soft plush belly, jointed arms and legs attached to the body, and bright button eyes. Or perhaps there's a particular teddy bear that springs to mind for you. A teddy bear you have known since childhood, for instance, with its fur or fabric worn in patches, with its own particular softness and smell. Just about everyone knows what a teddy bear is. Most people grew up with one of their own. But unlike dolls or spinning tops or rocking horses, the teddy bear is a comparatively modern toy. The first teddy bears were produced at the turn of the 20th century. How, in the years that followed, did the teddy become such a ubiquitous, not to mention beloved, plaything? The best way to answer that question is to take you back in time to a crisp November morning in 1902. We are in the forests of Mississippi, where then President of the United States, Theodore Roosevelt, is on an organized hunt for the black bear, native to the hardwood forests of the region. After having little success himself, a group of Roosevelt's aides capture a bear and bring the president to its location in the forest. But upon seeing the bear in person, Roosevelt has a turn of heart and refuses to harm the poor creature. At the time, the story of Roosevelt's compassion to the bear quickly spread through newspaper articles and political cartoons, and in particular, one drawing by the cartoonist Clifford Berryman. Berryman's drawing caught the eye of a man named Morris Mictum while he was reading his copy of the Washington Post. Morris was a Russian Jewish immigrant who owned a penny candy store in Brooklyn, New York. He was struck with inspiration. That evening, he and his wife Rose stayed up late. They fashioned a small toy bear out of a piece of plush velvet. Rose stitched on button eyes, a nose, and a slightly perturbed-looking mouth to complete the bear's face. The Mictums placed the bear in their shop window with a sign that read, "Teddy's Bear." Teddy was one of Theodore Roosevelt's nicknames, and supposedly one that he hated. The customers at Morris and Rose's candy store quickly proved even more interested in the sweet stuffed animal in the window than they were in the gumdrops and candied nuts for sale. As customer after customer inquired about buying the little Teddy, Morris and Rose knew they were on to a winning idea. Before they started producing teddy bears in earnest, though, they decided to ask President Roosevelt's permission. After all, they planned to market their creation with Roosevelt's nickname attached. They wrote the president a letter introducing their teddy bear and asking if he wouldn't mind lending the bear his name. As a politician, Roosevelt was known for his sound judgment. But in matters of stuffed toys, his judgment was off. While he happily agreed to lend the little toy bear his name, privately, he is said to have expressed his doubt that the toy would ever take off. How wrong he was. Morris and Rose formed the Ideal Toy and Novelty Company in 1903 and began manufacturing more of Teddy's bears. The bears were an immediate sensation, and it wasn't long before the Mictums left the candy business behind and dedicated themselves to making teddy bears full-time. Across the Atlantic Ocean, in Germany, a man named Richard Steiff was in the habit of making frequent visits to the Nilscher Zoo in Stuttgart. On every visit, he brought his sketchpad, pens and pencils, which he used to make incredibly detailed drawings of the animals there. animals like penguins, lions, leopards, and bears. Drawing was Richard's passion. He was a recent graduate of a national art school, but the drawings he made of these animals weren't purely done for his own pleasure. He brought the images back to his aunt, Margareta, who also happened to be his employer at the Steiff Toy Company. Margareta Steiff was born in 1847 in Gingen, a small town in Germany's fairy tale Black Forest. When she was just over 1 year old, she contracted polio. The disease paralyzed both her legs and left her with constant pain in her right hand. But Margareta was determined to support herself. She found she had a talent for playing the zither, a traditional stringed instrument, and was soon teaching others in her village to play too. She earned enough money teaching zither to purchase a sewing machine for herself. At the time, the sewing machine was a very recent invention. In fact, Margareta was the first person in her village to own one. With her sewing machine, Margareta began sewing felt underskirts, which were the latest word in women's fashion at the time. Her business thrived, and she was soon employing a small team. The felt offcuts left over from the underskirts were, as she found, perfect in both size and texture for making pincushions. She gave out these pincushions to friends and family, but more often than not, they were adopted by children as small, cuddly toys. So Margareta turned her hand to toy making. She loved fashioning small felt mice and elephants and giving them out to the children in her life. These little plush toys became so popular that Margareta decided to begin selling them. In the 1880s, she founded the Steiff Toy Company. At first, Steiff made cuddly elephants and mice, as well as pull-along toys from metal or wood, including pull-along bears. But in 1897, when Margareta's nephew Richard joined the family firm, he encouraged Margareta to expand her selection of stuffed toys. He would spend hours at the zoo, sketching animals from every angle. Then, together, he and his aunt would carefully build lifelike plush versions of the animals Richard had sketched. In particular, the Steiff Company became famous for the lifelike jointed limbs all its fuzzy creatures boasted. and one of those creatures was a bear, based on the bears Richard had observed at the zoo. In 1903, Richard and Margareta exhibited their stuffed toys, including their bear, at the Leipzig Toy Fair. But buyers didn't seem particularly interested in the Steif's offerings, and sales were disappointing. At the last minute, though, an American businessman visiting the fair bought every last one of Steif's bears. He arranged for them to be shipped to America, where he planned to sell them in various department stores and toy shops. Steif's shipment of bears would have arrived in the US at just the same time as Maurice and Rose Mictum's teddy bear was making such a splash. Soon, Steif and Mictum bears were available on the shelves of nearly every toy shop in America and Europe. Not that they stayed on the shelves very long. The teddy bear was the latest must-have toy. In 1906, Steif officially began selling its bears under the name of Teddy Bear. By 1907, over 1 million teddy bears were being produced every year by the Steif Company alone. Soon, the teddy bear craze had reached as far afield as Russia and Japan. In England, Henry and Agnes Farnell were paying attention to the teddy bear's popularity. Henry and Agnes were the children of a silk merchant, John Kirby Farnell. Under the name of his company, J.K. Farnell, John had produced pincushions and tea cosies. But after their father's death, Henry and Agnes expanded the offering to include soft toys made from luxurious fabrics. They decided to craft their own version of the teddy bear out of mohair. Mohair is one of the world's oldest textiles. It's woven from the super soft hairs of Angora goats. For centuries, mohair was spun by hand. It was costly and labor-intensive to produce. But in the early 20th century, fabric mills in England began to produce mohair at an industrial scale, making it far cheaper and more readily available. So, the Farnells crafted their teddy bear from the wonderfully soft and snuggly mohair. Like the teddy bears made by the Mictums and the Steifs, the Farnells teddy bear, first produced in 1908, was a runaway success. In fact, by 1910, teddy bears were said to outnumber children in England. Soon, teddy bears began to feature in books, songs, and cinema. Perhaps the most famous literary teddy bear was the creation of author A.A. Milne, Winnie the Pooh. The friendly yellow bear who stars in Milne's whimsical books and in a host of cartoons and movies based on them, was inspired by a real teddy bear belonging to Milne's only child, his son Christopher Robin. The bear was purchased from the famous Harrods department store in London as a gift for Christopher's first birthday. As a young boy, Christopher was very taken with a brown bear that had its home at London Zoo. Before it came to the zoo, the bear was a mascot for the Winnipeg Regiment of the Canadian Army. Christopher Robin decided to call his own bear Winnie, after the bear at the zoo. Christopher Robin used to take Winnie, along with a host of other stuffed creatures, on adventures into the woodlands of Ashdown Forest, near the family's home of Cochford Farm in Sussex. Ashdown Forest is the inspiration for the magical 100-acre wood, where, in Milne's books, Christopher Robin, Winnie, and other characters like to go searching for honey and heffalumps, and everything in between. The real teddy bear that inspired the character of Winnie the Pooh now belongs to the New York Public Library, along with the toys who inspired Eeyore, Piglet, Tigger, and Kanga. Winnie the Pooh first appeared in print in 1924. In that same decade, a German confectioner named Hans Riegel invented an equally famous and popular tribute to the teddy bear, the gummy bear. Riegel's sweet company, Haribo, specialized in making soft, chewy candies from a mixture of sugar and gum arabic. These were quite a novelty at a time when most candies were hard. Initially, Riegel's bear-shaped soft sweets were quite large and lifelike. Later, Riegel modified the size and features of his candy bears to make the smaller, teddy bear-shaped confection that is still so popular today. As of 2013, Haribo was manufacturing approximately 100 million gummy bears every day. While teddy bears were produced and marketed as a children's toy, many adults found themselves enchanted by them too. Perhaps the most famous adult to own a teddy bear was the poet John Betjeman, whose teddy bear Archibald accompanied him wherever he went. In fact, Betjeman took Archibald with him to Oxford as an undergraduate student. Also at Oxford at the time was the novelist Evelyn Waugh. Benjamin and Archibald was certainly a source of inspiration for the character of Sebastian Flyte in Moore's novel Brideshead Revisited. Sebastian is a notorious dandy among his class at Oxford, known for his flamboyant style of dress and his many eccentricities. One of his most notorious quirks is that he carries his childhood teddy bear, Aloysius, everywhere he goes. Benjamin is what's called an arctophile, someone who collects or is very fond of teddy bears. Another well-known arctophile is Peter Bull, a character actor who appeared in classic Hollywood movies such as The African Queen and Dr. Strangelove. For decades, teddy bears were considered purely a child's plaything. Peter Bull was a passionate collector of them, and his 1969 book, Bear With Me, legitimized teddy bears as a serious collectible for adults. These days, rare or historically significant teddy bears can sell at auction for upwards of $100,000. A Steiff Titanic bear, one of only 600 made by the German firm to commemorate the tragedy of the Titanic's sinking, recently sold for $136,000. Bear collecting reached a new level in the 1990s when the Thai company released a range of 9 squishy, posable stuffed animals called Beanie Babies. One of the most famous was Cubby the Bear. Thanks to the Thai strategy of releasing only limited runs of each beanie, the toys soon became hot collectibles. But it didn't stop there. The height of the Beanie Baby craze coincided with the launch of a new web platform for buying, selling, and trading. That was called eBay. Canny resellers listed sought-after beanies on eBay, and enthusiastic fans paid far beyond retail price to get their hands on the toy they wanted most. At the height of the beanie bubble, $5 beanies were routinely being resold for thousands of dollars. Especially rare Beanie Babies, like the Princess Diana commemorative beanie, were valued at over $100,000. But like most market bubbles, the beanie bubble soon burst. As resale prices went down, collectors who'd been holding on to the highly valued plush toys flooded the resale market, devaluing their collectibles even further. While the Beanie Baby fad has well and truly passed, some rare beanies still command a hefty resale price. Like the Cubby Bear, who is still worth about $1,000 to collectors today. The famous children's author Michael Bond may have been a bit of an arctophile too. The story goes that he was Christmas shopping for his wife when he saw a single bear on a department store's toy shelf. The lonely-looking bear tugged at his heartstrings, and he ended up giving it to his wife for Christmas. Soon, Bond was inspired to write a story based on the teddy, about a bear with a penchant for marmalade who hailed from Peru, but was forced to leave his home when it was destroyed. He arrived in London, where he was found at Paddington by the Brown family, who named him after the railway station. Paddington's endearing clumsiness and sweet nature made him an instant hit with young readers. In a fitting turn of events for a storybook bear based on a real teddy, plush Paddington bears were soon a popular item on toy store shelves, and toy Paddington bears remain popular to this day. In the 1980s, the traditional brown teddy bear got a Technicolor update when artist Elena Kucharik first drew her rainbow-hued Care Bears characters. The bright bears originally featured on greeting cards for the American Greeting Card Company, but the company quickly branched out into selling plush versions of Kucharik's creations. By 1985, the bears starred in a cartoon television series that focused on promoting the values of kindness, love, and friendship. Each bear sported a unique symbol on their fuzzy belly. The bear's superpower was the Care Bear Stare, a glittery ray with the power to heal hurt feelings and neutralize negative thoughts that is activated through the symbols on each bear's belly. And now, it's only fitting to end with the tale of a very special teddy bear. You might not have heard of Magellan T. Bear, but he's certainly the best-travelled teddy in the world. In fact, in the galaxy. Magellan is a plush blue bear who in 1995 took one giant leap for bearkind when he became the first teddy to officially travel into space. Magellan accompanied astronauts on the Space Shuttle Discovery as they carried out the STS-63 mission to rendezvous with the Russian space station Mir. These days, Magellan lives in the National Air and Space Museum in Washington, D.C. It's a long journey from the window of a Brooklyn candy shop to outer space. But the humble teddy bear managed that journey in just under a century and charmed the whole world in the process. And yet, one of the teddy bear's most important jobs is helping people the world over to get a good night's sleep as they cuddle up with their beloved toys each and every night. The word Deckchair is typically used to mean a folding chair made of treated wood. Most of us might picture a chair with canvas or vinyl dropped like a hammock between wooden frames. They have a portable design. These chairs can be folded easily into a compact 3-inch wide form. They can be stacked in large numbers, which makes them ideal for public spaces like the beach. The classic deck chair goes hand in hand with leisure. For many, it conjures up images of holidaymakers on the sand, their eyes closed as they bask in the sunlight, or people sitting in their fine summer outfits, sipping lemonade, watching tennis on the lawn. Others might think of the deck of a cruise ship, where passengers sit and take in the sea air. This is, after all, the place where deck chairs officially began, on the luxurious ocean liners of the late 19th century. In fact, though, the deck chair has far deeper roots, stretching more than 5 millennia into the past. Archaeologists have found remnants of ancient folding chairs in Germany, Sweden, and Jutland, Denmark. The site in southern Jutland was a mound of earth, named in English as Gold Hill. It was here that such a chair was found in its entirety when the site was excavated in 1891. Despite being dated to the 1400s BCE, the seat remains very well preserved. Its ash wood frame forms the shape of a letter X, with a seat of otter skin pulled across its top. Backless and armless, it's closer today to what we might call a stool. Though to people of the Bronze Age, there weren't such distinctions. The seat includes decorative pitch-black inlays or patterns carved into the wood. The seat is thought to have been a symbol of high status and likely belonged to someone who ranked high in the community. True, it was maybe 15 inches tall, but that was enough to allow the user to tower above the other people who would have been sitting cross-legged on the ground. It seems likely that it would have been used by a religious leader or village chieftain, someone with authority to whom people would listen. The site in Saxony, Germany, was excavated 8 years after the one in Denmark. Though it didn't yield a seat in its entirety, a great many chair fragments were uncovered. There were pieces of ash and maple wood, and a piece of leather which would have made up the seat. There were also a number of metal components, fixtures, fittings, and opulent decorations. Experts were able to compare their findings from Saxony to the chair discovered previously in Jutland. They used this to produce a reconstruction and bring to life the seat of the Nordic Bronze Age. The reconstruction of the Daneson folding chair can be seen today in Hamburg, Germany. It has 2 movable frames crossed over in an X shape, connected by a nail hammered into the wood. Gold-plated studs attach the fabric to its top. The grooves of circles worked into the metal. The ends of the wood are capped with gold, their faces engraved with a pattern of concentric circles. The gold caps cover the top and bottom ends across all 4 corners of this beautiful seat. A ring hangs down from the top of 4 caps, displaying hourglass-shaped plates dangling like keychains. They're similar to the tassels at the end of a curtain tie, but made of gold-plated metal instead of ropey cotton. The reconstruction of this Bronze Age chair furthers the argument that it was a seat of high status. It also demonstrates a level of craftsmanship far more sophisticated than one might have imagined. Some argue that the chairs together also show that ideas travelled far, even in the past. The seats found in Northern Europe were thought to be made there, but the designs echoed those from faraway realms. The oldest known evidence of a folding seat came from Mesopotamia in modern-day Iraq. An image of the chair appears on a seal that's 4,500 years old. Similar furniture was thought to be in use around the same time in ancient Egypt. Seats were buried in the tombs of the elite, pharaohs, royalty, and high-ranking officials. Many were found in the Valley of the Kings on the west bank of the Nile, in what is today Luxor. These X-shaped stools were portable and foldable, made with the finest materials and elaborately decorated. The most famous finding was in 1922 at the tomb of Pharaoh Tutankhamun. Amongst the many ancient riches owned by King Tut was a folding stool fit for royalty. A reinterpretation of the stool is housed in Cairo today. Beautifully carved in black ebony wood, it's decorated with markings of contrasting ivory. It's fixed at the end with caps of bronze and topped with a seat of the rarest leopard skin. This exact seat is pictured elsewhere, on the walls of a tomb belonging to an Egyptian official. Oy was viceroy of Egyptian Nubia, located today in modern-day Sudan. One of his responsibilities as leader of that area was to organize a tribute to give to the pharaoh. We can see this play out on the walls of his tomb, which show him presenting the leopard skin stool. Tutankhamun died around 1324 BCE, and the chair is dated to around that period. It's thought that similar chairs had long been in use by that time though, that they were a typical piece of furniture amongst high-ranking Egyptians. Some liken the seats to portable thrones, taken on travels about the kingdom. They were included in tombs to take into the afterlife, where one hoped to be reborn into a state of luxury. It's clear that the seat was a symbol of high status. What's less certain is whether the Nordic chair is a copy of the Egyptian. Indeed, some feel that the similarities are too striking. We know that there were scouts who made their way far from home, despite the limitations of ancient travel. And they'd have had fewer miles to go back then, as Egypt had expanded its borders, reaching modern-day Turkey under Thutmose III. It isn't unthinkable that a lone trader might have travelled to Egypt and spotted a chair, nor that he would have copied it onto papyrus so that it could be made back home. Regardless of whether it was copied or not, this type of seat would find a place across cultures and continents. These included the great civilizations of ancient Greece and then ancient Rome. We can see from depictions on pottery that the X-shaped stool was known to the Greeks. Artifacts originating from the 5th century BCE show the seat being used by gods and heroes. Achilles sits on what was called the Euclideus, a seat with tassels hanging at its sides. The god Apollo strums a lyre upon another, its feet carved like the paws of a lion. For the first time, too, we see the seat used by women, a tunic-clad noblewoman on one ancient artifact. In one hand, she holds up a sun parasol. The other hand reaches towards a crown of laurel leaves. The frame of the stool is visible at the side, revealing a shape now slightly altered. Whereas other designs had 2 sets of crossed legs, the chair shown here has 4 crossed slats. The Greeks were famous for their style and engineering, and would no doubt have experimented with the seat's design. However, the Romans seem to have reverted to the X-shaped structure when creating what they called the curule seat or chair. Like the Greeks, the Romans added a little flair, and the chair legs became curved like the lines of an hourglass. It was typical for the seat to be constructed from ivory, either in its entirety or as a veneer over wood. Only those with imperium were permitted to sit in the curule seat. This was a position of authority, someone in charge of either a military or governmental body. It was a seat from which officials would perform their business, be they politicians, generals, priests, or magistrates. One seat appears in the history books in 494 BCE at the Circus Maximus, where chariot races drew thousands of onlookers. Story tells of a magistrate being awarded the seat, a prize for his recent victory in battle. Centuries later, in 44 BCE, the folding stool is as important as ever. We're told by the historian Cassius Dio that the Senate granted permission to Julius Caesar to use the seat every place except the theatre. There, he would be carried in on a gilded chair and raised to the height of the gods. This type of chair has always been associated with power. It was the seat of chieftains, pharaohs, and gods. In ancient Rome, it became the seat of emperors after the period of republic came to an end. Before he became the first emperor of Rome, the young Octavian sought to further his position. He had a coin minted with his image on one side, and the X-shaped seat engraved on the other. As the Emperor Augustus, he would later use the seat as a portable throne on his travels. He would take it to war, like so many who followed him, and use it as a place from which to officiate Rome's business. Use of the seat would spread far and wide as foreign lands were conquered and occupied. By 117 CE, the Roman Empire spanned across 3 continents and included most of the Mediterranean under its banner. Roman culture travelled with its armies, leaving a lasting impact still felt today. Much of Western civilization has its roots in Rome, from laws and language to architecture and engineering. Rome also accelerated the spread of Christianity, which was accepted as an official religion in the 4th century CE. The religion would outlast the Roman Empire, which fell in the later 5th century. The curule seat would survive as a symbol of Christianity and religious authority. Its most common use throughout the Middle Ages was as the seat of a bishop when he was travelling through his district. It was practically identical in appearance to what had been used by those earlier Romans, though now it went by many different names. The X-chair, the scissors chair, and the fold stool, to name a few. The chair doesn't seem much altered until the European Renaissance, beginning around the 15th century. It's then that we're introduced to the Savonarola chair, named after the Italian priest who owned it. It was similar in design to those updated Euclideas sat upon by ladies in ancient Greece. Though the structure resembled the Roman curved X, it had several overlapping wooden slats, rather than two frames crossed over. The slats of the chair rested on a base rail and typically had lion claws carved at the front. The chair usually included armrests and a backrest, the latter folding away on top of the chair. The addition of such features marked an important shift in the chair's design. Previous seats were deliberately made to be a tad uncomfortable. The hope was that this would encourage the seated official to perform their duties in a timely and efficient manner. While this was still true of the Savonarola chair, the inclusion of back support certainly made it more comfortable and closer to what would eventually become the Deckchair, with its simple wooden frame free of decoration. Savonarola himself despised any kind of luxury and would likely have been disappointed by future updates to his chair. A century later, in the 1500s, the seat had become increasingly elaborate. It was common to see chairs made of the finest walnut, with reliefs carved into the backrest. Others were inlaid with metals and ivory, and upholstered in fabrics like silk or velvet. Such elaborate seating was common throughout Europe, not only in cathedrals, but in the homes and palaces of the wealthy elite. Inventories surviving from 17th century England detail the belongings of King Charles I. These include 6 folding chairs of crimson velvet trimmed with gold lace. In an age of discovery and exploration, the chair's design had far-reaching influence. It was used by furniture designers across Europe and beyond as the basis for other chairs, folding and otherwise. The Glastonbury chair is an example of this, thought to have been used by the last abbot of Glastonbury in England. This chair was typically constructed from oak, including carved armrests and a full seat and backrest. It has the appearance of a folding chair, with X-shaped legs of 2 overlapping frames, though in fact it doesn't fold. Historians believe that the Glastonbury had been around since the early Middle Ages, before dropping out of use. Its re-emergence and popularity in the early 19th century makes it perhaps the closest ancestor of the early Deckchair. These first began appearing on the decks of ocean liners in the 1860s, just 2 decades after these ships started transporting passengers across the ocean. There's some debate as to who invented the modern Deckchair. John Cham of Boston, Massachusetts, took out a patent in 1855. This was for a folding chair, though it didn't yet include the canvas seat. Over 3 decades later, in 1886, an Englishman also obtained a patent for foldable and portable chairs. John Thomas Moore manufactured these chairs at his factory in Macclesfield. Moore produced 2 different types of deck chair. The hygienic was more of a rocking chair. It was marketed to help those with sluggish bowels, digestion being a hot topic amongst the Victorian public. The Waverley, as he called it, was the more typical deck chair, described as being suitable for a ship's deck or tennis lawn. The chair comprised 3 wooden frames, 2 crossed to form the age-old X shape. The 3rd frame was used to prop up the seat's back. The Waverley is the first example of a deck chair that included a strip of canvas. It hung between the frames like the material of a hammock, allowing one to recline with feet on the ground. The original canvas was olive green in colour, but this would change over time. What was sometimes referred to as the Brighton Beach chair came to be known for its multicoloured stripes. Again, there's debate as to who made the changes. Some say the idea belonged to a Brit named Atkins. Others argue that it was American in design, pointing to an advert from 1882 showing the Yankee hammock chair. The earliest designs of the name Deckchair can be traced in print to the late 19th century. It's mentioned in the novels of Edith Nesbit, author of The Railway Children, in the 1880s. A decade later, the name appears again, this time in the reading materials of P&O ocean liners. Passengers packing for their transatlantic cruise were encouraged to bring aboard their own deck chairs. By the early 20th century, ships would commonly carry inventory of deck chairs, sometimes with numbers in the thousands. They were typically those without a canvas, closer in appearance to John Cham's design. They are most obviously a forerunner to the sun lounger, simple, elegant, and a little more upright. They had a tall back of wooden slats and a seat of either wood or woven wicker. They had curved armrests and leg rests too, ones that could be propped up and extended where required. The back legs displayed the bottom of the X shape, curved outwards like its Roman predecessor. It became normal practice for passengers aboard ocean liners to reserve a deck chair in a particular spot. The crew would write their name on paperboard and attach it to the seat, which would be theirs for the duration of their voyage. Now that the seat was more common and comfortable, you'd think that it would lose its link to status. But primarily, it was enjoyed by the wealthiest in society, those who could afford the coveted first-class ticket. With the advent of ocean liners and then cruise ships from the 1900s, perceptions of travel were beginning to change. The voyage was about more than simple necessity. It was something to be enjoyed as much as the destination. Cruise ships were designed to be like five-star hotels, with everything from ballrooms to gymnasiums and art galleries. Passengers could relax in luxurious surroundings, as happy aboard as when stopping at a location. Deck chairs fit in perfectly with this type of pleasure cruise. They exemplified a mixture of class and comfort. Passengers could relax on their portable thrones, enjoying a view of the ocean waves. The crew would bring out drinks and plates of biscuits. Blankets, too, when the breeze was cool. At night, the chairs would be folded and stacked, leaving the promenade clear for walking. John Thomas More's Waverley, with its canvas seat, had initially been marketed for use on ship decks. But in his home country of England, it became far more common to see them lined up at the seaside. Like the nature of travel, this too was changing. The invention of train travel from around the 1820s meant that the seaside was more reachable and affordable. For centuries, well-to-do Brits had been heading to spa towns and the coast, often under doctor's orders. The sea air was said to be healing, and a dip in the water was thought to alleviate ailments. With trains came the beginning of the British seaside holiday. A middle-class family might enjoy a week in the sunshine, or a paid day off work after the Bank Holidays Act of 1871. As a result of its increased popularity, the landscape of the seaside changed. Over 70 piers were built at various locations between the 1860s and 1900s. They housed cafes, bandstands, magic shows, and fortune tellers. The coast was still a place of relaxation, but one with fun fairs, candy floss, brass bands, and ice cream cones. Canvas deck chairs became synonymous with this new type of seaside. From the 1900s, they began appearing on the piers and promenades, and arranged in rows on the coastal sands. Previously, tourists might have paid to sit down on the few wooden benches along the promenade. Now they could rent out comfortable deck chairs, claiming them as their own by the day or the hour. It was a trend that continued throughout the 20th century, reaching its peak in the 1950s and 60s. By this point, holidays were widely affordable, and deck chairs would be rented out in the tens of thousands. The chair that had once been a mark of status now became tied to leisure and relaxation. The image of its canvas dancing in the breeze brings with it the scent of salty sea air. The seat moves like the sail of a yacht, lifting up and down like the waves of the ocean. The chairs were also used in large public gatherings, particularly sporting events that took place on the grass. Spectators could lounge on their canvas seats whilst the croquet, tennis, or cricket played on. Equally, they were common at outdoor shows. Film footage from the 60s shows London's Hyde Park in the peak of summertime. We see the audience watching a brass band perform from rows of deck chairs beneath the shady trees. Today, the canvas deck chair is a rarely spotted creature, in its original form at least. You might come across them at summertime gatherings, like an outdoor concert, or within the grounds of a stately home. But you're less likely to see them in large numbers, parked on the sand of a British seaside. What you will likely see is an adapted form of John Cham's deck chair, the Sun Lounger. The back has been lengthened and ruts added so that the backrest can be positioned at different angles. One might easily adjust the back of the seat, sitting up to read a book or to sip a cool drink. It's also possible to recline completely, to sunbathe or nap on a flat surface. The seat and leg rest have been merged to form a flat, bed-like shape. It's usual for a towel to be draped across the lounger, a makeshift mattress providing extra comfort. The Sun Lounger has become a piece of commonplace furniture. You'll find them in gardens, on beaches, and poolsides. Anywhere involving leisure and relaxation. And the next time you use one, perhaps you'll remember the rich history of this portable throne. When you close your eyes and summon memories of New Year's Eves in the past, what do you see? Perhaps visions of parties appear in your mind. The other guests may be in fancy dress, or maybe they are wearing funny cardboard hats. You may have visions of confetti flying into the air and falling on everything around you. Trays of snacks, half-empty glasses, and CDs or record albums strewn about. You might think of sounds you associate with the event. Noisemakers, music, cheers, laughing, singing. Or perhaps you will think of the strange mingling of nostalgia and suspense you experienced each time, knowing that these are the last moments that will ever be recorded in the departing year. That singular time period will now be finished and on the books. Even so, a whole promising year unfolds before you. The the time that is to come is as yet unwritten. You are both excited and perhaps a little pensive. Maybe you're surrounded by family, or perhaps you are amid friends. Maybe you're snuggled up under a blanket, luxuriously enjoying a quiet solo celebration of the new year. It is entirely possible you have at some time done each of these things on the momentous last evening of the year. Whatever the case, it's possible that some of your New Year's memories involve a ball drop. In all likelihood, you have some recollection of the world's most famous one, which is broadcast across the globe from Times Square in New York City. Especially if you live in the United States, your locality may even have its own unique way of dropping the ball, or some other meaningful object at the stroke of midnight. But the tradition of a ball drop on New Year's Eve is now well over a century old. At this point, it has been around as long as any of us can remember. The appearance of the ball, its technology, and the events happening around it have evolved. Yet this symbolic opening of the new year has endured in the popular imagination. The association between a ball drop and New Year's Eve has become so strong that many people have probably never thought to ask where the idea originated. In fact, the concept of public timekeeping can be traced back to sand clocks, water clocks, and sundials in the Stone Age. As far back as the year 1335, bells have been used for such purposes, beginning with a church in Milan, Italy. Starting with one chime at 1 a.m. and finishing at midnight with 24 chimes, this local method was a way to keep track of the time, even if it was admittedly a bit imprecise. The Milan clock could be off at any given time by as much as 1,000 seconds. However, the idea of public chimes spread rapidly throughout Europe. This was the dawn of a new era, where everyone in town knew roughly what time it was. Hearing bells toll just on the hour was more information than the average person had ever had before about the time of day. In fact, the minute hand didn't even appear on watches until sometime in the 1700s. As the years progressed, knowing the hour was fine for people going about their business on land. But those who were captains on seafaring vessels wanted more specific information. In order to work with celestial charts, they needed precision. In 1714, Jeremy Thacker invented the chronometer. which was followed shortly thereafter by John Harrison's invention of the marine chronometer in 1730. This very precise instrument revolutionized timekeeping the world over. But that was just for people wealthy and privileged enough to actually own one of these devices. And how were the chronometers to be set each day, maintaining that crucial accuracy? In the early 1800s, a Royal Naval captain named Robert Warhope had an idea. He proposed that a signal should be made in the harbour at a specific time each day, allowing mariners to see the exact time through their telescopes. They could then set their chronometers with a high degree of accuracy. As a result, in 1829, the first time ball was installed in England's Portsmouth Harbour. The time ball was so successful that another was placed at the Royal Conservatory in Greenwich. In the year 1833, a red ball made of wood and leather was installed there on a 15-foot pole. It was released at exactly 1 p.m. each day, broadcasting the hour to the world. Beyond serving seafarers, this turned out to be very useful for many other people. After all, personal clocks were still a luxury for the wealthy at that time. You might wonder why the time of the signal was 1 p.m. and not noon. This was because astronomers were busy at 12 p.m. observing the sun with their telescopes. Dropping the ball just an hour later was more convenient. The Greenwich ball was so popular that the use of time balls spread. By 1844, there were 11 time balls worldwide. The number eventually swelled to around 150, but most of those are no longer in operation. Technology marched on, and timepieces continued to become more portable, convenient, and accurate. Because of that, the few daily ball drops that still occur in modern times are mainly ceremonial. That's the case for the ongoing one at Greenwich. And of course, arguably the most ceremonial and the most famous ball drop in the world is the one that began happening in New York City in the last moments of 1906. Up until that time, the major New York celebration in the city had occurred at Trinity Church. References in church archives trace this back to the early 1800s, when the bells would be rung on New Year's Day. The tradition solidified and became more of a draw as the century continued. An article in the New York Herald poetically described the scene in 1860. They said, There were numerous watchers around and about the venerable walls of Old Trinity at the mystic hour, when spirits are said to walk abroad, lingering there to hear the first thrilling peal of the clattering bells in their iron-tongued farewell to the dying year. And presently it came. First, the 3/4 chime, giving the world to know that there remained but 1/4 of an hour ere the year 1860 would be drawn into the ever-moving stream of ages. As the new century dawned, however, the celebration was fated to find a new home. In the beginning, there was not a time ball yet. The celebration of 1906, when the orb debuted, was not actually the first New Year's Eve party in Times Square. That happened in 1904, which was a momentous year for the city. Not only did it mark the opening of the very first subway line, but the New York Times newspaper opened its headquarters in an area of Manhattan that was then known as Longacre Square. The new office, called Times Tower, was an ambitious structure located at the intersection of Broadway, 7th Avenue, and 42nd Street. It was New York's second tallest building when it was completed, the tallest if you counted the portion that made up 4 sub-basements below, which were built to handle the heavy printing equipment of the times. In recognition of the status the new building conveyed to the area and to the city, Mayor George B. McClellan officially renamed the intersection of Broadway and 7th Avenue to Times Square. Adolph Oakes, the owner of the newspaper, claimed he had not asked for this honor, but he certainly celebrated it. To commemorate the new building and the celebrity conveyed upon it, the newspaper hosted a New Year's Eve party. It was a huge undertaking. There was an all-day street festival hosting 200,000 revelers. Reportedly, the sound of the party could be heard as far away as Croton-on-Hudson, some 30 miles up the river. Once darkness fell, the guests were treated to a lavish firework display that was launched from the base of the tower. The paper itself said of the party that from base to dome, the giant structure was alight, a torch to usher in the newborn year. A new tradition had begun. However, as the planning for the 1906 party got underway, there was a small hitch. The city had banned fireworks because they were dropping hot ash on observers. According to a 1965 newspaper article, Adolph Oakes asked his chief electrician to dream up another spectacular display of lights that would not violate city rules. In the article, the electrician's son relates how his father took inspiration from the iron time ball that was currently in use at the Western Union building downtown. The owner of a company called Artcraft Strauss helped him bring his vision to life. Jacob Starr, an immigrant metal worker, devised a 700-pound ball made of iron, wood, and leather. It was adorned with 125-watt bulbs. This was then hoisted up a pole that was variously reported as being 70 or 80 feet tall, but with only 50 of those feet above the roof level, and the rest anchoring it below. According to the article, that pole had formerly been the mainmast of the battleship New Mexico. It took 6 men to hoist the ball to the top and 3 to operate it as it made its descent. Over a century later, Starr's granddaughter Tama, who was his successor at Artcraft Strauss, related that Jacob had been responsible for coming up with a flashy end to the ball drop. It suggested that when the glowing ball was dropped, it would go dark, appearing to illuminate the numbers of the new year in electric lights. Giving some wonderful historical perspective, Tama explained that many people at that time were still living with gaslights and candles in their homes. This update to the old-fashioned time ball of yore, now a glowing beacon of electricity, was meant to showcase the dazzle of brand new Times Square. She says quite simply, it was instantly popular. People just loved it. The light show wasn't limited to the ball drop. In 1907, waiters in the local lobster palaces and other fancy establishments were given special top hats. When the ball dropped, the numbers 1908 would light up in electricity on their heads. Once again, Tama summed up the effect it had on the audience. It looked like magic to people, she said. Tama herself supervised the dropping of the ball for many years. Her description of the process is still fascinating. Unlike traditional time balls, which indicated the time by the moment they started dropping, this ball would create a countdown. Beginning at 11:59 p.m., a team of people would start lowering it by hand using a pulley system. The seconds were marked on the pole with tape, and the foreperson used those markers to guide the people holding the ball. If they were going too fast, they'd be told to slow down. If they were going too slowly, they would be told to increase their speed. It was a task of such coordination that she says the team would appear to even breathe together. The goal was to have the ball reach the bottom bang on midnight. At that time, its own bulbs would go dark, and the numbers of the new year would blaze with light. Even though the New York Times moved to a new office on West 43rd Street in 1913, the New Year's Eve festivities remained the same at Times Tower. The existing ball was used for a dozen years after the first drop, at which time it was remade. The newer version was still 5 feet in diameter, but now it was made entirely of iron. The result was a ball that was only 400 pounds. This was 300 pounds lighter than it had been before. That was certainly a relief to the group of men who had to operate the pulley for the drop in 1920. During World War II, some of the brighter beacons in New York City had to temporarily dim due to the fear that they would light up and endanger ships in the harbour. This included the advertising signs in Times Square and the windows of Penn Station. It also put a damper on the ball drop celebrations. However, crowds still gathered to mark the occasion. In lieu of the brilliance of the ball drop, there was a minute of silence beginning at 11:59 p.m. Harkening back to the days when Trinity Church was the centre of New Year's celebrations, sound trucks played church bell chimes to mark the hour. Now, let's go forward to the year 1954. Marilyn Monroe wed Joe DiMaggio. Elvis Presley released his first single. Texas Instruments announced its invention of the first transistor radio. And there were finally updates made to the Times Square New Year's Eve ball. This time, the 400-pound behemoth was slimmed down to a mere 150 pounds and increased to 6 feet in diameter, thanks to the use of aluminium in place of the old iron. The ball drop continued in the ensuing years. Meanwhile, during the 1960s, a tradition was developing on television. It would eventually spread to the Times Square event, becoming an iconic part of the celebration. That is, crowds started counting out the last few seconds until midnight. As of 1979, the communal countdown of those last few seconds became an established part of the ball drop. From that point on, it was difficult for anyone to imagine the event without it. When the 1980s rolled around, Mayor Ed Koch decided it was time to enlist the dazzle of the New Year's celebration to help promote the city. New York had been going through some fiscal difficulties in recent years, and the 1970s had been an effort to revive its reputation as the Big Apple, a term that had once been popularly applied to the city in its heyday, decades earlier. With the catchy name on the rise again, and the I Love New York campaign in full swing, the mayor convinced the organisers to transform the ball into an enormous apple. From 1981 to 1988, the lights were changed so that the white sphere turned into a red orb with a green stem. With the 1988 celebration approaching, organisers had an unusual consideration. At the request of the world's timekeepers, there was to be an international observation of a leap second at midnight in order to account for the natural and normal slowing of the Earth's rotation of just 1/1000th of a second per day. Just like a leap year, the addition of a leap second is necessary once in a while to get all the atomic clocks back in sync with the Earth. Since 1988 was the year for that, a spectacular 1-second display was planned for the ball drop. Tama Starr, who was managing the details at the time, said this of the strange second that would be inserted between 1987 and 88. It will be a moment that doesn't belong to anything, a glimpse of infinity, because it's outside regular time. In a 1987 New York Times article about the upcoming celebration, Tama described the plans that were underway. She said that white strobe lights inside the ball would flash on, creating a sparkling, twinkling effect. 2 rows of multicolored lights on the parapet atop the 24-story tower would blaze down on the surrounding crowds, and a spinning ball fitted with 20 powerful spotlights would be turned on, sending beams flashing into the sky and onto the crowd and the facades of nearby buildings. Always poetic, Miss Starr offered the deeper meaning for the dazzling show. She said it was meant to tell people to make the most of each precious second of their life. For just that evening, crowds counted down 5, 4, 3, 2, leap second, 0, as the orb drifted downwards. After the year of the leap second, the bulbs of the Times Square ball were turned back to white. This lasted only 2 years. For the celebration on New Year's Eve 1990, the ball illuminated in red, white and blue in support of the American troops serving overseas. In the mid-90s, the New Year's Eve ball got a huge cosmetic makeover in preparation for the upcoming millennium. It was freshly outfitted with 180 halogen bulbs. More glamorous, however, were the 144 strobe lights and the 12,000 rhinestones that were applied. The new bulbs were much brighter than the old ones, 75 watts versus the prior 20 watts. The result was a ball that was powered by enough electricity to fuel 5 homes. To enhance the effect, 320 holes were added to let the light shine from the ball, and a fog machine was added to create a dramatic backdrop. Organizers said that they expected the ball would be visible all the way in New Jersey across the river. The designer, Barry Arnold, was quoted as saying that the drop would be very theatrical, adding in a New York Daily News interview that, after all, we are on Broadway. This was also the first time the ball got a major technical upgrade. Tama Starr and her team had still been lowering it by hand all this time. On New Year's Eve 1995, Ms. Starr was able to celebrate the event from home, while a computerized pulley operated the ball according to the dictates of an atomic clock at the National Institute of Standards and Technology. It was to be accurate within 1/100th of a second. With an eye towards maintaining a ceremonial touch, the entire display was to be set off when the mayor pressed a button at 11:59 p.m. Adding to the technological dazzle, the ball drop was accompanied by a laser show. Unfortunately, as a New York Times article joked, that historical ball drop included what was probably the first mistake of 1996. The mechanism suffered a glitch and briefly stopped the ball halfway down the pole. A technical director was added to the team the following year, and according to executive Jeffrey Strauss, who oversees the entire celebration, there hasn't been a mechanical glitch ever since. In 1999, the third ball, which had been in use since the 1950s, was finally and completely retired. The turn of the millennium had arrived, and it called for something special and dazzling. For maximum glitter, the organizers turned to the experts who made Waterford crystal across the pond in Ireland. 504 crystal panels were created, after which the ball was shipped to New York City. Once there, 96 strobe lights and 92 spinning pyramid-shaped mirrors were installed. This historic New Year's Eve would be watched by the world, and the ball needed to be sparkling during daylight and in any weather conditions, so its kaleidoscopic display would be impressive around the clock. Naturally, the latest technology was needed in order to make the magic happen on this all-new crystal beacon. Advanced hardware and software were incorporated, of a type often used for theatre productions. The result was a ball that was 6 feet in diameter and weighed over 1,000 pounds. This was probably less of a problem now that it was no longer being manually lowered by a team of men. The designers also took extra care to make sure no computer glitches marred the celebration due to the turn of Y2K. Executive manager Jeff Strauss quipped that the ball was Y2K compliant, but that the team couldn't guarantee anything about the computers across the rest of town. If the lights go out everywhere else in the city when the ball drops, he said, we'll still be in good spirits. The backdrop for the debut of this new ball was no less impressive. About 2 million visitors would flood Times Square, and the infrastructure was in place for them. Massive speaker systems were set up, safety measures were implemented, corporate sponsors were secured. A television station covered the preparations for the event throughout the day. All of New York City and the world welcomed a new millennium together. A few years later, 2007 was the 100-year anniversary of the first 1907 ball drop. The organisers decided it was time to give the ball an environmentally forward-thinking makeover. This new version weighed in at 1,415 pounds. Its 9,500 LEDs shone through more than 600 crystals. Yet they used only the energy that would be required to power 6 bread toasters. Since 1991, the tossing of vast amounts of confetti had become a regular feature of the show. An expert named Treb Heining had been hired at that time to be the official confetti master, because this was not run-of-the-mill shredded paper. The confetti used in the New Year's Eve spectacle is larger than normal in order to create the visual feast of what he called a confetti blizzard. Depending on the wind, it was sometimes possible to still be taking photos of falling confetti half an hour after the drop, he said in a 2018 interview. In keeping with the more environmentally friendly efforts of recent years, the confetti was now recyclable and biodegradable. And how did all that confetti start to fly? He explained how a team of about 100 people were assembled for the event, all of whom claimed the job title Confetti Dispersal Engineer. These important folks would toss the confetti manually from the tops of about 8 different Times Square buildings. Mr. Heining acknowledged that using a cannon might seem logical, but he explained that a power outage would bring a halt to that type of confetti dispersal and that it was safer to keep the method manual for that reason. Believe it or not, the confetti also provided a way for ordinary people to get in on the action. Visitors were invited to write something on a wishing wall that was set up for the entire month of December between 46th and 47th Streets. But people could also have their hopes inscribed on some of the 2 to 3 million pounds of fireproof confetti being provided for the celebration. An analysis of those wishes from the 2018 event showed that happiness was what 25% of people hoped for in the year to come. That popular response was followed by additional ones for good health, love, success, peace, and self-improvement. The pieces with the wishing wall messages were mixed in with the rest of the confetti and fluffed before dispersal. So it was that the event included a veritable snowstorm of hopes and dreams. In 2009, the ball doubled in size to 12 feet in diameter. This new larger ball was lit by 32,000 bulbs and weighed nearly 6 tons. The new ball was also designed to be weatherproof, as going forward it was going to be displayed outdoors year-round. Meanwhile, the version from 2008 was retired and put on display at the Times Square Visitor Center. In recent years, it had become customary to create themed Waterford crystals each year, with new inspirational messages. This continued, and the ball got 2,688 of them. From 2008 to 2013, the ball contained crystal patterns alluding to World of Celebration, which included Let there be light, let there be joy, let there be courage, let there be love, let there be friendship, and let there be peace. For 2014, all the ball's panels were replaced, marking a new theme known as Greatest Gifts. It began with the gift of imagination. As we bring this story right to the present, the New Year's Eve ball continues to keep pace with technology, while also incorporating this wonderful tradition and beautiful craftsmanship. There have been adaptations to the Times Square celebration from time to time, accommodating historical events and the winds of change. But the gathering has gone on, even in the face of poor weather. On average, across the years, the temperature on New Year's Eve has hovered around freezing at a brisk 34 degrees Fahrenheit or 1 degree Celsius. At times, it's been as warm as a toasty 58 degrees Fahrenheit, as it was on the evenings of 1965 and 1972. Visitors were coldest in 1917, when the thermometer dropped to only 1 degree Fahrenheit, but with a wind chill of -18 degrees. The second coldest year happened exactly a century later. The folks gathered in Times Square to ring in the year 2018 were met with 9 degrees Fahrenheit, which is roughly -12 degrees Celsius. And of course, there has always been the festive confetti blizzard for the last couple of decades. But what of the actual white stuff? It turns out that only 7 New Year's ball drops have happened during a snowfall. However, there has been rain 17 times. The tradition of the ball drop has become such an iconic part of New Year's Eve that many locales, mostly in the United States, have developed quirky celebrations of their own. For example, people in Atlanta, Georgia, the Peach State, can watch an enormous peach drop. In Raleigh, North Carolina, spectators can see the drop of a 12-foot acorn that weighs 1,250 pounds. Flagstaff, Arizona, goes a little bit lighter with a 70-pound acorn. Celebrating their fishing and boating industry, Port Clinton, Ohio, prefers a 20-foot-long replica of a walleye fish. Boise, Idaho began dropping a massive potato in 2013 in celebration of its farming industry. Apparently, that spot recently got interior lighting and is now considered a glow-tato. Temecula, California, gives a nod to its wine industry with the drop of an 8-foot-long bunch of shining grapes. And Dillsburg, Pennsylvania, drops what else but a dill pickle. No matter the style or the number of people present, the tradition of counting down to a time ball on New Year's Eve has become a special, unifying celebration. To mark that moment when we pause, with one foot in the old year and another ready to step into the new one, has become a cultural phenomenon. Having a chance to stand shoulder to shoulder, whether in person or virtually, and share good thoughts for the upcoming year is a cultural touchstone that continues to bring us together as we are focused on that glittering orb. Perhaps Tama Starr put it best when she referred to the countdown as a minute outside of time. She described that moment of universal resolutions with these words: "When you're concentrating really hard, time seems to slow down. It feels like the longest minute in the world. You really can change your life in 1 minute. You can decide to be different. you can decide to be kinder and better. And truly, as spectators stand in Times Square to participate in that minute, with the wishes of the world floating around them, that must be true. Happy New Year to you all, and best wishes for contentment and good rest in the time before the next ball drops. It all began in Troy, at an important moment during the Trojan War. The Trojans thought that they had won their decade-long war against the Greeks, but in reality, they were in danger of losing everything. You may know the Trojan War as it was told in the Iliad and the Odyssey. All the kings and cities from Greece gathered to attack the powerful city of Troy on the other side of the Aegean Sea. But Troy was well protected behind its walls, and it was defended by heroes and even supported by some of the gods, like Poseidon, Neptune to the Romans, Aphrodite, also known as Venus, and Apollo. The Trojans resisted. It seemed the city would never fall, as the Greeks could not break its fortifications, and the attackers were losing patience. So, after 10 years of fruitless attacks on Troy, King Odysseus, or Ulysses, came up with a plan. The Greeks built a large wooden statue of a horse on wheels. And suddenly, overnight, they abandoned the beach under the city's walls. Or so it seemed. Only one man stayed on the beach, as the Greeks pretended to sail away. His mission was to convince the Trojans that the Greeks had abandoned the fight, which meant that the Trojans had won the war. He also wanted them to think that the horse was an offering to Neptune, who was the god of the seas and the god of horses. But this was obviously a trap. The wooden horse was hollow, and inside it was King Ulysses and a group of warriors, waiting for the Trojans to drag the horse behind their walls. The Trojans hesitated. The Greeks were nowhere to be seen. And what risk was there of accepting a wooden statue, a gift to one of their gods? The Greek soldier tried to convince the Trojans that accepting the gift would make Neptune look favorably on them, enabling them to conquer Greece. But after 10 years of devastating war, the Trojans had their doubts, especially a priest named Laocoon. He saw through the Greek plot and urged his compatriots to destroy the wooden horse immediately. When they ignored his warnings, Laocoon took matters into his own hands and threw his spear at the horse. But then 2 serpents sent by the gods suddenly emerged from the sea and devoured him. The Trojans saw this as a punishment for disrespecting the offering to Neptune. But the gods hadn't sent the snakes to help the Trojans. In fact, they had decided that Troy should fall. But of course, the Trojans didn't realize this. Impressed by this divine intervention, they dragged the statue behind their fortified walls, and they began to organize festivities to celebrate their victory. The Trojans were oblivious to threats, thinking nothing could happen behind their walls. So, after nightfall, the armed Greeks emerged from the wooden statue where they had been hiding all day, and they silently opened the city's gates. Outside, the Greek army had returned and now stood ready to enter the defenseless city. As these events were unfolding, one of the Trojan princes and heroes, Aeneid, was sleeping at his house. Aeneid was of the highest Trojan nobility. His father, Anchises, was a prince of Troy, and his mother was the goddess Venus herself, who always made sure to protect her son. Aeneid had fought bravely throughout the war, protected by his fighting skills and his goddess mother, and he had survived. That night, as the Greeks were starting to invade the city and slaughter the Trojan guards, Aeneid was fast asleep. And as he slept, the Trojan hero Hector appeared to him in a dream. Hector had recently died by the hand of Greece's most formidable hero, Achilles. In the dream, Hector's ghost urged Aeneid to immediately flee the city with his family. The gods had made plans, and they had decided that Troy would fall. But in their negotiations, Venus had obtained protection and a future for her son. A future so brilliant and extraordinary that the name of Aeneid would become immortal, and his deeds would be celebrated for centuries. But for his fate to happen, Aeneid needed to escape the destruction of the city. At first, When Aeneas awoke, he joined the battle and tried to fight the Greek invaders. But then he saw the reality of the situation. Trojan warriors were falling one after the other, and the city was engulfed in fire and smoke. After witnessing the death of Priam, the old king of Troy, Aeneas accepted that the war was lost. Then his mother Venus appeared. She led Aeneas back to his house, where his family were anxiously waiting. His son Ascanius, his wife Creusa, and his father Anchises. Aeneas's family all accepted the need to escape and discreetly made their way towards the city's gates through the chaos that Troy had become. When they reached the open gates, Aeneas realized that his wife Creusa was no longer with them, and he went back to the city to search for her. But instead of finding Creusa, he encountered her ghost. The ghost of Creusa told Aeneas that he should follow his destiny. He should travel west, where he would go through struggles, temptation, and perils, but ultimately, kingship and a new royal spouse awaited him. After losing his city and his wife, Aeneas was devastated. But his father and son had survived, and with inspiration from his divine mother, Aeneas found the strength to rally a few other survivors and flee from the burning city. The Greeks were now celebrating their triumph, but the survival of Aeneas and his companions were the seeds of a new empire, one that, by the will of the gods, would surpass anything the Trojans or even the Greeks could have ever imagined. Over many generations, the creation of Rome would be the phoenix rising from the ashes of Troy. After their escape from Troy, the survivors prepared to set sail. They had built a fleet of ships and decided to accompany their new leader, Aeneas, on his travels west. This group of refugees was being closely watched by the gods. On their side were the protectors of Troy, like Neptune, Venus, and Apollo. Others were neutral or even hostile, like Juno or Hera to the Greeks. Juno was the queen of the gods and the wife of Jupiter. Under the eyes of the gods, Aeneas and the other survivors began their wanderings across the Aegean and Mediterranean seas. To begin with, they landed in Thrace near Troy, where they found the last remains of another Trojan warrior and hero, Polydorus. Then they arrived on the island of Delos, a holy sanctuary of Apollo. Delos was welcoming and peaceful. The group was tempted to stay there after the exhausting ordeal they had just gone through in Troy. But Apollo told them to leave, as this was not the place where the gods intended them to build their city. So Aeneas's group sailed to Crete, where they thought they had arrived at their destination. They started building a settlement, the future city. But as soon as they began to build, they were struck with disease. Then Aeneas had a dream where Apollo told him that this was the wrong place and that they should leave Crete. Left with no other choice, they abandoned the settlement and sailed west. On their next stop, on an island west of Greece, they encountered a harpy, a monstrous half-bird, half-woman. The harpy ordered them to leave her island immediately and made a prophecy. Aeneas and the other survivors would reach Italy one day in the future, but they wouldn't find it until they were driven by hunger to eat their own tables. With this gloomy prophecy, the group resumed their wanderings, this time landing in Epirus in the north of Greece. Aeneas's group were not the only survivors of Troy. Others had managed to escape and travelled to Epirus. There, the survivors had begun to build a city that replicated Troy, hoping it would give them a second home and cure their homesickness. This group of Trojans included Andromache, Cassandra, and Helenus. He was the son of King Priam of Troy, and he had the gift of prophecy. Helenus made a new prophecy. He revealed that not only would Aeneas's descendants prosper in Italy, but they would also rule the entire world. Epirus was not the promised land for them. And so, the group set sail once again. As you may remember, not all the gods who watched Aeneas's expedition were benevolent. Among their enemies was Juno, the wife of Jupiter. Juno was against the Trojans and Venus because she had been humiliated long ago. Before the Trojan War, 3 goddesses had appeared in front of Prince Paris of Troy and competed for his preference. Paris had to choose which of them should receive a golden apple. and all three goddesses, Juno, Minerva, and Venus, thought it should be theirs. Each goddess promised extraordinary rewards: kingship and power for Juno, strength and glory for Minerva, or the love of the most beautiful woman in the world for Venus. Paris had chosen Venus over the others because the highest reward a man could hope for was eternal and perfect love. He was promised Helen, the Greek queen, even though she already had a husband. Paris abducted Helen and took her to Troy, prompting the beginning of the war. Venus had sided with the Trojans, whereas Juno and Minerva were on the Greek side. You might think that the death of Paris and the complete destruction of Troy would have been enough vengeance. But not for Juno, who held grudges for a very long time. She had never been one to forgive, whether it was the judgment of Paris or the infidelities of her husband. So, after all these years, Juno was still angry and jealous of Venus, and she kept plotting against the Trojans. Which brings us back to Aeneas. Because of her anger, Juno was determined to prevent Aeneas and the Trojans from reaching their destination and building a new city. But she also had another motive. The other gods had accepted that Aeneas and his companions would travel westward and lay the foundations of Rome. And it was said that one day Rome would be the rival and destroyer of Carthage, Juno's favorite city. For that reason, Juno decided that Aeneas should never reach Italy and never found a new city. And she would get her revenge against Venus, the mother of Aeneas. Her moment to strike was approaching. By this point, Aeneas's expedition had come closer to Italy, but they weren't there yet. They were near Sicily, the large island to the south of Italy. There, they went through other adventures, similar to Ulysses in the Odyssey. Near Sicily, their boat travelled through a narrow strait, which was a particularly dangerous place. They had to go between the immensely powerful whirlpool of Charybdis and the sea monster Scylla. As a result, they were driven out to sea and away from Italy, only to come ashore at the land of the Cyclops, the one-eyed giants. There, they narrowly escaped from Polyphemus, a Cyclops that Ulysses had tricked and fled from shortly before on his own trip back to his kingdom. After that, Aeneas's father, Anchises, died of old age, and the fleet was suddenly taken into an unexpected storm. Juno had chosen this moment to finally unleash her wrath. She had no power over the seas and the wind, and so she had approached Aeolus, the ruler of the winds, and asked him to stir up a storm. Aeolus had no reason to obey her and take sides between the gods, so she had to offer him a bribe. Juno reigned over several lovely sea nymphs and offered the loveliest of them as a wife to Aeolus. The ruler of the winds accepted the offer. Soon, Aeneas's fleet, which was trying to sail back towards Italy, faced trouble. Black clouds formed above their heads. Winds began to blow chaotically from every direction, and the storm devastated and scattered the fleet. The Trojans were saved only by the intervention of Neptune, the god of the seas, who'd been infuriated by Juno's intrusion into his domain. He calmed the waters to save the desperate fleet. The ships regrouped and took shelter on the coast of Africa, near a recently founded city where a powerful queen reigned. The city was Carthage, and its queen was Dido. Remember the prophecy? Carthage would later become a great imperial rival and enemy to Rome. But who could have believed that when Carthage had just been founded by a group of Phoenicians far from their homeland in the east of the Mediterranean, and Rome did not even exist yet? After a while, as the crews were repairing the ships and looking for food, Aeneas decided to venture into the city of Carthage. He knew that Juno was the patroness of Carthage, with a temple here. He hoped he could appease her by showing his devotion. In the temple of Juno, he met the Queen of Carthage, the lovely Dido. Of course, Aeneas was still mourning the loss of his wife, but after seeing Dido's beauty and grace, a flame awakened in him, which he thought had disappeared forever. The queen was also widowed, and she was impressed by the looks and bravery of the Trojan warrior. Venus knew that the Trojans needed respite before continuing the journey, and Carthage was the perfect place. But Venus needed some help. She called her son Cupid, the god who could make humans fall in love. Cupid disguised himself and acted as Aeneas's guide. He went to Dido with gifts, and she responded with a banquet in honor of her Trojan visitors. During the banquet, Cupid sparked love for Aeneas in the heart of Dido. The threads of a tragedy were coming together. The two were attracted to each other, but separated by prophecies that pitted young Carthage against future Rome. How would the other gods react to this doomed love? Well, we will soon see how events unfolded. But before that, let's take a break from the story for a moment. To fully understand the Aeneid, we need to look at it in context and learn about its author, Virgil. The Aeneid was written over a period of 10 years, about 2,000 years ago, between 29 and 19 BCE. At this time, Rome had already begun its impressive expansion as a military, cultural, and political power. Politically, there was also a transition from the old republic to an increasingly imperial system. The institutions of the ancient republic officially stayed in place, but supreme power was moving into the hands of hereditary emperors. At the time when the Aeneid was written, the new emperor was Augustus. He was the successor of Julius Caesar, who had defeated Mark Antony and Cleopatra and all his other rivals to concentrate his power. After years of civil war, the fall of the Republic in all but name, and the devastation this had on society, people were craving stability. Their faith in the greatness of Rome had been put in doubt. And this was a problem because Rome was no stranger to civil wars. The Emperor Augustus was well aware of this. He wanted to consolidate his power and restore pride and traditional Roman values, as well as creating a sense of continuity and political unity. So when Virgil started writing the Aeneid, it was sponsored by the highest authorities in Rome. It was not only a work of literature designed to entertain, it also served another purpose. In part, it was propaganda. Even though the premise of the Aeneid is that it tells the story of the founding of Rome, it was never presented as a history book. The Romans knew that it was myth. Besides, Virgil had a good reason for telling the story in this way. By turning a hero with high moral values into the founder of Rome, and even linking him to the ruling dynasty, the Julio-Claudian dynasty. Virgil hoped to create a remarkable work. He wanted to galvanize his readers, to inject a sense of greatness, of epic, into the mythology of Rome. A well-known, even older story about the founding of Rome is the tale of Romulus and Remus, and Virgil includes this in the Aeneid. He integrates the story into the epic, together with numerous pre-existing characters and tales from the Greek and Roman traditions. Of course, Greek culture was very important to the Romans. First, there was the literature, works like the Iliad and the Odyssey, which the Romans knew very well. Then there was the Greek religion, architecture, language, logic, philosophy, the way of looking at the world. All of this was part of the cultural knowledge of educated Roman citizens. However, they had ambivalent feelings towards Greece. There was a great deal of admiration and acceptance of this cultural heritage, but also a sense of being different and somewhat more successful as a civilization. It was Rome, not Greece, that had conquered the entire Mediterranean world. And at the end of the 1st century BCE, most of the ancient Greek world and a large part of the empire of Alexander the Great was already under Roman administration. The Aeneid reflects all of this. It is clearly heavily inspired by the works of Homer and is full of references to Greece. And yet, in the story, the ancestors of the Romans are the Trojans, the enemies of the Greeks, who finally got their revenge many centuries later. This was a characteristic of the Romans. They often glorified their enemies, the kingdoms they conquered, because obviously the fact they had prevailed enhanced their own sense of greatness. They did it with Carthage and their successive opponents during their expansion. But the Aeneid is more than a work of propaganda. It's also an extraordinary piece of storytelling and poetry, comprising almost 10,000 lines. Today, it is somewhat less famous than the Iliad and the Odyssey. There aren't many movies or TV shows directly inspired by the Aeneid, for example, and the characters are probably less famous. But this wasn't always the case. For a long time, the Aeneid was at the center of scholarly culture and was seen as the masterpiece of antique literature. In the Middle Ages and the early modern times, it was probably the most important original work in Latin. It was to Latin what the Odyssey was to Greek. And the story itself was well known and taught to pupils until the 19th century. A lot of elements from antiquity were reintegrated into Western culture over the centuries, in novels, plays, or operas, and the Aeneid kept being retold. If we look at operas, for instance, one of the most famous pieces by Henry Purcell, the English Baroque composer, is Dido and Aeneas. There's also a 19th century opera by Hector Berlioz called The Trojans, which retells the story of the Aeneid. And of course, each version is a little bit different. Something to keep in mind about this retelling, the one you're listening to now, is that the chronology is not exactly the same as in the original text. Our version is more or less in chronological order, so it's easier to follow. But that's not how Virgil wrote it. Another thing that Virgil took from the Greeks, and from Homer in particular, is the structure. The Aeneid is not chronological. Instead, it begins in the middle of events, or in medias res in Latin. And then we learn of past events through flashbacks, when characters tell their stories to others, as was the case in the Odyssey, for example. The Odyssey begins near the end, when Ulysses' son is looking for information about what happened to his father after he left the siege of Troy years before. Then we learn what happened to Ulysses over the years. And it's only at the end of the Odyssey that we come back to the present. Ulysses returns at last and reconquers his kingdom. This structure makes the story more dynamic. And in antiquity, when it was told rather than read, it must have been even more captivating to the audience. In the Aeneid, Virgil starts with an exciting scene. Aeneas and his ships are caught in the storm, which was created by Juno. Right away, we're in the middle of the action. After the storm, the Trojans land for repairs on the coast of Africa, near Carthage. And there, Aeneas meets Dido and tells her everything that has happened to them since their escape from Troy. This is how we learn everything you've heard so far, through the story Aeneas tells Dido. After that, the narrative of the Aeneid becomes linear again. We follow Aeneas from Carthage to Italy as he struggles to lay the foundation of Rome. There are 12 chapters in the Aeneid, and so far we've only covered 3 of them. So let's get back to the story. In Carthage, Aeneas and Dido fell in love, and Juno saw an opportunity to strike a deal with Venus. She would leave Aeneas alone if he could stay with Dido. This way, he would be distracted from his destiny, founding a city in Italy. Rome would never exist, so Juno's beloved city, Carthage, would not be destroyed. Venus was inclined to accept the deal because she cared about the happiness of her son. He had already suffered so much since the fall of Troy, and she was willing to give him some respite at least. The Trojans enjoyed their stay in Carthage and Dido's hospitality, and their leader was in no hurry to leave. One day on a hunting trip, a storm drove Aeneas and Dido to seek shelter in a grove, where they consummated their relationship for the first time. Both were so happy to have found each other. They desired nothing else other than to get married and spend the rest of their days together. Venus and Juno observed this with satisfaction, but the other gods were displeased to see Aeneas forgot the destiny they had decided for him. So Jupiter sent his messenger, Mercury, to remind the Trojan prince of his duty, and Aeneas realized the tragic dilemma he was facing. Fulfilling his duty would be at the cost of his happiness and the happiness of the woman he loved. Aeneas hesitated, but he was not one to reject the call of duty or go against the gods. And so, unable to face his lover, one night he left in secret, his heart broken by the decision. Dido's heart was equally broken when she discovered that Aeneas had gone, and life lost all appeal. Dido ended her life. She used her last words to predict the eternal strife between Aeneas's people and hers. This was the start of another prophecy being fulfilled. Rome and Carthage would forever be arch-enemies, and only the destruction of Carthage would end this rivalry. Once again, men would be toys in the hands of the gods. But Aeneas had chosen duty over personal interest and proven himself worthy of his destiny. So the journey resumed. Aeneas's expedition sailed north and returned to Sicily, not far from where their fleet had been scattered by the storm months earlier. During this time, they commemorated Aeneas's father, and funeral games were organized for the anniversary of his death. as the men were busy with sport competitions, Juno was still plotting. Her agreement with Venus had ended when Aeneas left Carthage and Dido. Now she would do anything she could to stop Aeneas from reaching Italy and founding Rome. Juno sent her messenger, disguised as an old woman, to convince the Trojan women to burn the fleet. This would prevent the Trojans from ever reaching Italy. But seeing that his ships were burning, Aeneas fell on his knees and prayed to Jupiter to extinguish the fires. And the king of gods sent a rainstorm to save the fleet from destruction. But the gods don't do anything for free. Jupiter then demanded the sacrifice of one of Aeneas's men in exchange for safe passage to Italy. Shortly after, the helmsman of Aeneas's ship was put to sleep by the god Somnus and fell overboard. Jupiter had claimed his life. Before this, Aeneas had had a vision of his father, who instructed him to go to the underworld. There, Aeneas would have a vision of the future. Protected by Jupiter, the fleet finally landed in southern Italy, near Cumae. The city was close to Naples, which did not exist yet. In the small city of Cumae lived a powerful prophetess, the Sibyl, who presided over the oracle of Apollo. She could see glimpses of the future, knew the ways of the gods, and could travel to the underworld. Aeneas asked for guidance in his journey to the underworld, and together they descended to the land of the dead. First, they passed by crowds of the dead on the banks of the river Acheron. To continue their journey, the dead had to pay Charon, the ferryman, to access the other side. The ones who couldn't pay had to wait for thousands of years of loneliness and boredom before he would let them cross. But the Sibyl knew these lands and paid Charon so they could swiftly cross and pass Cerberus, the giant three-headed hound that guarded the underworld. Very few living people ever visited the underworld, and even fewer returned. But Aeneas had this privilege. First, he saw Tartarus, where the wicked suffer for eternity. The Sibyl warned Aeneas to always obey the gods if he didn't want to end up there. Aeneas was glad he abandoned Carthage and followed the gods' orders. Then he was brought to the green fields of Elysium, where those who are worthy spend eternity in joy and peace. Aeneas was happy to find the spirit of his father, Anchises, in Elysium. And there he was offered a prophetic vision of the destiny of Rome. Not just a city, not a kingdom, but an empire destined to cover the entire world. After this, Aeneas and the Sibyl returned to the world of the living. Aeneas had found inspiration in the underworld. Now that his expedition had reached Italy, it was time to found this new city that the gods had envisioned. Upon his return, Aeneas led the Trojans to the north, to the region of Latium, where he decided they would settle. But the region was not empty. It was already ruled by the kingdom of the Latins, led by King Latinus. The king had a daughter, Lavinia. She had been promised to Turnus, the ruler of another native people, the Rutuli. But before the Trojans arrived in Latium, King Latinus had received a message from the gods, announcing the arrival of foreigners and instructing him to marry his daughter to the newcomers, not to Turnus. The gods had made preparations for the settlement of the Trojans. But Juno was still watching, and she was unhappy with how well things were going for the Trojans. Aeneas was now close to peacefully accomplishing his mission. So, Juno summoned the Furies, the deities of vengeance from the underworld, to stir up a war between the Trojans and the locals. One of the Furies made the queen of Latium, the wife of Latinus, demand that their daughter Lavinia be married to Turnus of the Rutuli instead of Aeneas. And not long after, despite Aeneas's hopes of avoiding a war, hostilities broke out between the Rutuli and the Trojans. A long and bloody war that would ravage the land. There weren't enough Trojan soldiers, so Aeneas searched for allies. In a dream, he was encouraged to seek help from the Etruscans, who were the enemies of the Rutuli. The Etruscans agreed to fight alongside the Trojans, and so did a group of Greeks, the Arcadians, whom Aeneas met at the location where Rome would one day be. But at the time, there was no city, just 7 hills that dominated the landscape. The Rutuli also had allies of their own, including Amazon warriors, fearless women devoted to the goddess Diana, who excelled at warfare. Meanwhile, Venus was looking out for her son. She asked her husband Vulcan, the god of craftsmen, to create weapons for Aeneas. Once again, Juno got involved. She informed Turnus, the enemy king, that Aeneas was away from his camp. This was the moment to attack the Trojans. Turnus led an expedition to the camp, but while he managed to breach the gates, the Trojans fought back, forcing Turnus and his men to retreat. However, this was only a skirmish. The real battle was still to come. Meanwhile, in the realm of the gods, Juno and Venus pleaded to Jupiter passionately for the right to intervene, or have the gods settle the war in favor of their preferred side. Jupiter ruled that Aeneas and the Trojans had to once again prove their worth, and the goddesses had to watch without further intervention. Aeneas returned to his camp with Etruscan and Arcadian allies, and a lengthy battle ensued. Prominent warriors fell on both sides, but it was inconclusive, and a temporary armistice was agreed upon for each side to bury and honor their dead. Afterwards, the battle dragged on. Then, Turnus came up with an idea to end the bloodshed: a single combat duel with Aeneas. But Aeneas was so superior to Turnus that the Rutuli knew their king wouldn't stand a chance. Finally, Aeneas forced Turnus into single combat, and the king of the Rutuli lost the fight. And this is the end, because the Aeneid was left unfinished. Some of the last lines are incomplete, and there is no proper conclusion. However, it was probably close to the conclusion Virgil intended, with Aeneas winning his duel with Turnus. Aeneas wins victory for the Trojans and their allies, so now they can found their city, the city of Rome. On these foundations, the Roman kingdom, republic, and empire will flourish. Their descendants will include Romulus and Remus, and over the centuries will result in the patrician families of ancient Rome, including the family of Julius Caesar and his adoptive son, Augustus. The merging of the Italic people with the Trojans will create the Romans, the people who will inhabit and rule from the most extraordinary city ever built. And that's the end of tonight's story. The end of a hero's epic adventure. Good night and sweet dreams.